Yo, mate, hitting us with the first. Let's go, mate. Hell yeah. What's going on, man? So I hope I explained it well enough in that short message on Discord. But like when you first do the quest, right, you take your weapon off and you start punching them. You get your first 50 kills. When you go to the platform and it says you're successful with the 50 kills or whatever, those 50 like convert over to the next quest. Right? So when it says kill 150, it really means kill 100. Like 100 more. Now, if you get that one wrong and it resets to 0, then you have to kill 150. But then you kill that 150, you complete that quest, that 150 counts for the 333. So you technically only have to kill like 183 more, unless, once again, you get it wrong and then you have to start back over from scratch. But doing it with your fist is the best bet because you don't trigger any of the on-hit effects from your talents and stuff like that, depending on what character you're playing. It's the only way to truly be able to do it like reliably. Took me a little while to figure it out. Yeah, I think if you leave the map, it'll break it too. But yeah, I figured that out because like I was doing it, and I killed the 50, I got it right, and then I counted another 150, and I was like, why did it say I had 200? What the hell? So, you know, I killed another 150. I got it completed. I moved on to the next one. I was like, all right, let me test something. So I only killed the amount I needed from 150 to 333 on the next one. And it worked. That's how I was able to, like, kind of confirm it. All right, I'm going to go grab some water. Give me just a second. All right, I'm back. But yeah, that was a quest that took me a little while. Because there's only 22 mobs on that map. You know? So it's like, okay, you kill 22, you kill another 22, and then you kill like a couple more, and you're like, all right, cool. I got 50. Yeah, that's insane, mate. Congrats, that's huge. I appreciate that. Today might be a kind of meh stream day. I woke up, my eyes bugging me again. Like all itchy and scratchy and watery. That's bugging the crap out of me right now. Happens every once in a while. Usually it lasts a day or two. So I completed the fishing quest, but there's no way I'm getting a megalodon. Like, I'm pretty sure you don't have to catch a megalodon to complete the quest, right? I'm correct on that, right? Yeah, this one. This one's not too terrible. Catch a whale. Like, the whale was actually relatively easy. 50. This one actually isn't too hard if you just play it safe. Obviously, that one's pretty easy if you play it safe. So what I mean by playing it safe is if you're not comfortable with like the distance, like throw distance. I mean, obviously it's different on the phone, but like I was going for just the easy throws, and I got to 50. It took me a while, but I got to 50. This one was pain in the dick. Like it took me a lot of good luck, like chances and stuff. Yeah, it took like sometimes I can't even get to a whale, mate. But other times, like after a decent amount of like days of practicing and testing it and trying it, eventually I get like a couple good games where I get really lucky and I get like a bunch of good fish in a row that I'm like pretty confident in catching. And I was able to get to a whale a couple of times doing that. It's just it's all RNG since like you get comfortable with certain throws after playing the game so many times in a row. Um, Especially if you use the G trick where you go to that one platform and use the platform to kind of give you a guide of a measuring stick kind of thing. Pretty helpful. But you get used to the distances with the guide in mind. You get used to the distances and the power you need for them, and you're like, all right, I'm comfortable with these specific ones, and you get more comfortable with a few more. And as you get more comfortable with certain throws, the whale becomes a lot easier, depending on the RNG of the fish, right? Because if you get a fish, like let's say, I can't even show you right now. Hold on, let me pull up the box one more time. So let's say this is the left and right, you know what I'm saying? If you get fish over here, pretty confident. If you get fish right around here, relatively confident. If you get fish somewhere between here and here, not so confident. So one of the tricks is as you catch a couple fish and you start getting more fish on the screen, you don't have to go for the high tier fish. Go for the low tier fish. Go for whatever's confident, right? If you have a fish here and you have a fish here, but the big fish is over here, ignore the big fish. Go for the easy fish, right? And then you hit the easy fish, it resets. You're like, all right, where's the good fish? Oh, the good fish is in a good spot. Okay, then you go for the good fish, right? And like that's kind of the plan. Is as you catch the simple fish, right, wherever the good fish are. Once you get a second fish, now you have two options of where a fish could be in a good spot, and so on. So it's one of those things. You gotta go with what fish are in the good spots and the comfortable locations. Yeah, are you stuck on the 20 penguin prints? 20 penguin prints really suck. And kind of hard. It's just who the fuck wants to waste their buffs from pre-printing on that? Right? The only reason it would ever be worth it is if we were going to do a full reprint on reprint week. But yeah, once that one's done, I'll be able to complete the rest of World 3. And then I'm pretty much just on World 6. Oh, you're on the 8K hours? Oh yeah, I think I did that a long time ago. I'm pretty sure that quest was like AFK for this time, AFK for this time, AFK for this time, and then it's like get a sample. Yeah, it's like oh, place your shrines, coin grind. Oh yeah, then it's a sample. That's where I'm stuck. And idle at snouts with LH. I don't know who that is. And then with Bill. Interesting. So these are the 3 you're on. Did the idol with this certain person. Yeah, I have to do this one. This one's the one that's cucking me. I might have to actually go and do that quest when I do reprints. I might have to actually go there and complete that part of the quest on every character, so I don't get stuck on it. Yeah, you need the Yod Green's thing to craft the item for him. Yeah. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna do my 8 cheap upgrades today. Where is that? Is statue. That's so expensive, even 80% off. It's so expensive. But we almost got to 40% 2 times chance on statues. Then I think the other one, all right, here, chance for golden food, right? This will be the next one we have to do. We'll have to farm reds for that one. But yeah, then we'll do the gold ones here. Then I gotta figure out where the other bonuses are. Like, because that's only 40% from both those. I'm trying to figure out how to get to 100%. I know there's a way to get to 100%. It has to be. Okay. Over might be here already. Or he's stuck in Minecraft, one or the other. Because he's been doing a lot of Minecraft stuff. I farmed him up some items so he was able to get a new drill completed. Hmm. Well, I'm almost done with my food, so. Hey, look, people are farming cave right now. Oh, man. Oh, all right, last taco. Taco, 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 taco. Oh man. Hmm. Yo, World Thorpe. Why not? Been too busy doing stuff, or just I don't know. Like, why wouldn't you go to sleep? Um, you gotta take something for it, or is it just not helping? Oh man. Comes over here trying to take my ore. Oh, I hate it when fucking people are on my route, man. Fire up fireworks, really? Yeah, that sucks. Gonna have problems if this guy's running our route all day. He needs to stop running our route so we can make sure we can get iron. If in worst case, we just go to another area and farm iron elsewhere. Funny how this guy's really trying to beat me to ore. He keeps mounting, trying to make, like, get there before me. And it's like, he's struggling to, like, beat me there. I feel like I've gotten more ore than he has. No reason he beat me to all the other ore, and I didn't even go for it, is because I was going for the trees. It's going good. Like I said, other than waking up and my eye being like all wonky. Like I said, like allergies or something. All itchy and watery and bugging the crap out of me. Other than that, like, I'm doing great. You know? Hung out with the wife this morning, you know. We did breakfast, we did lunch, you know. Watching TV. I slept until about 10. Woke up, my eye bugging me, so it was doing good, and then that happened. So, other than my eye bugging me, I'm pretty good. I just found it funny that that guy was like trying to fight me for ore since the beginning. He doesn't truly know the route. It's like he watched my video and he was like trying to do my route, but doesn't actually know the route. And so he was following me partially to like figure out how to get to the places that, you know, I tell him to go to in the videos. And he was trying to mount to beat me to things, and he still was like not making it before I was on foot, and I was still beating him to the ores. I don't know, it's kind of funny. Exhausted, yeah. Work, man. Work can do that, man. Chilling, yep, that's good. At least you're at home relaxing. And a good old woosah in, you know. Put the feet up. Nice little drinky drink, you know. I saw Mods when I got on today was playing Apego or whatever it's called. It's like the new game that me and Topher and everybody were looking at, but it hadn't come out yet. I don't know if it's out now or if it's like early access or something, but today's dad joke. Okay, what do we got? Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. That's good, that's good. That's good. I like that. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I wasn't sure if it was just like if they actually put it out or if it was like a closed beta or something in them. I know Mods gets access to that kind of stuff pretty regularly. Ad incoming. I think I might have pissed off that other guy trying to get ore because I haven't seen him in a hot minute. He tried to jump up on that rock with me to like get the ore up top, and when I made it up there first, he just gave up, went somewhere else. I just find it funny that he was mounting to try and beat me to ore. I was beating him without mounting. I mean, it's possible he has a different route, but if you look at the node list from where he deviated from me, he either completely recalled and went to a completely different zone, or he just quit because there's no ore around where he quit. That's the problem with where he stopped. I mean, there's ore, but there's not like iron ore, right? He might have stopped and decided to do silver instead, or to backtrack and pick up all the star metal or something, but there's no iron ore that I left behind. Like I said, unless he like fast traveled to another like location in general, he would have had to give up on the Everfall route. They did mine one silver ore that I saw, but there's no way they mined the rest of the silver ore. Because we ran past about 5 nodes of silver that I noticed he didn't pick up originally. And he didn't go on top to get the star metal that I ran past as well. So like I said, he could in theory have decided to, like, his main plan might have been to do iron and to force me off the route, and then decided, oh fuck it, I'm not gonna beat this guy. Let's switch it up. Since he's going for iron, why don't we go for the silver? And you know, he could have changed it up. But like I said, I saw him go for one silver ore the whole time we were on that route. And that's all I saw him hit, other than the iron. So that's why I'm kind of confident that he either gave up or he moved to a different location to farm. Which in theory still gave up on this route. He gave up on fighting me for the route is more or less what I'm getting at. Because like I said, he was trying to beat me via the mount and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, I let him have a handful of chunks because I didn't want to like fight him for every single node, right? So like I saw him running up to a chunk of 3, so I'd run to the next chunk of 3. Right? And then, you know, he saw me going for another chunk, so he would go for a different chunk. So he was sharing, and I had no problem with sharing the route with the guy. He was actually being somewhat polite, and, you know, there was a couple times he tried to get to the rock before I got to it, but most of the time he was sharing. So I didn't have any problem sharing with him. I just think he wasn't getting as much ore as he would have liked. So he probably just went to a different route, like in another zone. Because the Everfall route was like, so there's technically like 2 or 3 Everfall routes, but the side of the map that we were on only has 1. He would have had to have teleported to the other side of Everfall to do a different Everfall route, which is probably what he did. I mean, if I was him, and like I said, I was struggling to get any iron because there was somebody on my route, which like I was saying before is like, if this guy's gonna be on my route today, I'm gonna have to use a different route, which I'm not comfortable with. Because I need so much iron, like I can't be sitting here and splitting it in half, because I already have to do 2 routes, sometimes 3, just to get enough iron to do a big craft of materials. I can't be cutting it in half and having to do like 4 to 6 runs, you know, like it's just not viable time-wise. So I would have had to have done a different route. The Cutlass one might still be a thing. The east side of Everfall is still a thing, but I don't really like it. I don't like the Cutlass one either. I could design one in Nighthaven, because Nighthaven is absolutely chocked full of iron, and most of it is just wrapped right on top of like ridges that the roads are running on. So I can just run along the road if people aren't stealing it, and grab like a ton of iron just running along the ridges. And that's the funny thing, is like people have always complained about, oh, there's just not enough iron, there's just not enough, I can never find iron is so hard to obtain. And it's like, bro, there's fucking iron everywhere in this game. Now, with the added caveat that yes, a lot of people were farming iron whenever they would see it, and a lot of the iron was in easy to access locations via people would teleport somewhere, and as they were running to wherever they were going, there's iron in the way, and they would hit the iron on their way. Yes, that happened a lot. So a lot of the iron was taken in the easy places. But there's so much iron that you have to go out of your way for, that are you can make into a route, that people just weren't doing because they wanted something easy. They're like, oh, but all this is taken. It's like, yeah, because that's the easy stuff. Easy stuff is gonna be taken. Yeah, so that was a low craft. No, usually I hit somewhere between 900 and 1200. So didn't quite get as much as we wanted there. We're getting a decent amount of Jills though, but yeah, let me I mean, I know you already know Thor, because you play the game quite a bit as well, but like when it comes to like the iron itself, like I said, just to never fall alone, right? This is where we were, right? So he was here with me, we did this, we did this, we did all of this. We didn't get this one because it's like out of the way, but we did all of this. I let him have this one, I took this one, I took this one, and then he took these, well, I took these. We skipped these because he went over to here. I cut the trees, and then I took the ones up here, and then he disappeared, right? So from here, yes, he could have decided to run over here and grab these 4 nodes, or he could have decided to go this way, and there's like a couple nodes here, and he could have daisy chained it into the east route, because the east route goes this way. Like, it daisy chains through the area here, right? The same thing with this. It's all daisy chains, but they're kind of like spread out, right? Like there's a lot together, so it's like you can go from here and you can like daisy chain it this way, which isn't too bad of a daisy chain. But like I said, from here specifically, he could have gone to the fast travel, which is probably what he did. Either A, he took all the silver, he took the star metal that's like here. He didn't go up top, but there is star metal over here as well. He could have took the star metal, he could have took the silver, but there's no, like, if he didn't follow me up this way, that just leaves these 4 nodes and these chunk of nodes. So he would have had to have fast traveled probably to town and then started on this daisy chain, probably. That's what I'm thinking he probably did, but there's no other choice, right? But Nighthaven, this is Nighthaven, man. Look at Nighthaven. Just look at this. Like, just like you come, like just it's everywhere. I don't even know how to explain it, man. Like there's so many of them. It's like iron, right? And then a ton of iron here, a bunch more iron. Like it's everywhere, bro. You get on a road, like you just get on this road, right? Pick up this iron. You pick up this iron. I don't know if you can reach this one because it's up top. You pick up this iron, and then you wrap across, and then you pick up this iron. Like, and then you can run down, right? You can run along the road, because it's the town, right? And you can just grab all this iron, all this iron. You can daisy chain across, grab all this, right? There's so much iron that you can daisy chain in Nighthaven. And there's fast travels everywhere. Like, just look at this. Bro, just look at that. Now, I don't know if there's a good fast travel. There might be one over here or something. But like you can come from this way, because this is a bridge, right? Like fast travel to here. Maybe pick up this, go across. Just pick up all of this. Go up all of this. You might have to go under for this. Maybe pick up this. And then do this. Like, that is a ridiculous amount of iron. and then like up to here, right? Like it's just that's a ridiculous amount of iron. That's probably as much, if not more, iron than the route I'm running, and it's easy. It's just you just follow the ridge. That's where I would expect people to be farming it. There's places like that because, like I said, like we just look at the Night Haven, right? This is what we were talking about right here, right? So the fast travel's here. So you come to this fast travel, and you come up and you grab this iron, right? You go down, you grab all this iron along this route, go this way, and the iron's like right here, right? And then you come up this way. I don't know if this is on the ground, if it's reachable from this side, but supposedly there's some here. If not, you can probably come across this and grab the iron on this side, right? And then you end up here, which is, I mean, technically some of it here too, right? But then there's fast travel here. You can just go to town, right? Like you can come over here and you can teleport to this town, which, like I said, if you come out this side, you have a ton here, which daisy chains into like this way, into this way, and then you have this fast travel, and you just endlessly farm iron there. Also, with that said, I do have to go to the bathroom now. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue this route.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Ugh. All right, we are back. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. I'll do that just right now. All right, Thor, if you're still here, hopefully you can get some sleep. I appreciate you for being here. Talk to you later, man. I'll try to at you Wednesday or Thursday if we plan on doing dungeons. Yeah, I did, mate. Right when I sat down. I think I said something right when I sat down too. I was like, oh, mate, I'll hydrate for you right now. Almost out of water already, though. After eating my tacos and drinking like water while I was eating, like I'm almost out of water already. Which is crazy because it's like a 30 ounce. Pretty sure this Yeti's a 30 ounce Yeti. I've been up for almost 2 hours. And I've been sitting at my computer for about an hour. And in that hour, because I didn't even drink something until I sat down at my computer, because I had to go get water. In that hour, I've drinking about 30 ounces of water. It might be a little much in a short period of time. Oh. Oh, man. Oh. You know, this grind to 200 engineering is so ridiculous. Like I said, I could probably have gotten it done already if I actually did chest runs and stuff. Because then I'd have a bunch of flux to upgrade to like steel and star metal. I feel like I would have been getting more XP per hour doing that than I am running the low tier stuff. I wonder if I can upgrade to steel. Because the nice thing about steel is it's just iron. It's iron upgraded with flux to steel. And I just don't like the problem is I'd be cutting my supply in half doing that. So instead of having 2,000 iron at the end of 2 runs, I'd have like 1,000 steel, maybe 1,200 steel. And would the reduction actually yield more EXP? Maybe we try it on this run. Problem is if I start running steel routes, which is the same exact route, but I start using flux, I need to add in chest run. So I'd have to do like a chest run into an iron run. Or into like 2 iron runs, and then I'd have to do like another chest run into, you know, leather, and then a chest run into, you know, wood and stuff like that. I'd have to like regularly rotate chest runs in. So I'm gonna burn through flux so fast. Which is why I just plan on sticking to like the lowest tier material, because it doesn't cost any refining materials. Lets me hold on to those for high tier crafts in first time crafts. Oh. So off the top of your head, mate, do you have an idea where I get 2 times statue chance other than AC? Because AC is gonna give me 40% chance once it's complete. And then it's also gonna give me 40% gold food chance. Do you know where the rest of it comes from? Or is that like pay to win upgrades? Yo, let's go. We got another prestige. The question is, did we get another pattern? 15 prestiges. So far, only 1 pattern. We get a second pattern. That's pretty solid odds. Or pretty solid, like percentages, chances, RNG. There's an upgrade in spelunking? Huh. I didn't know that. Okay. I figured there was a pay-to-win pack for it. So as a free-to-play player, can you get to 100% chance to double your, to drop 2 times statues and gold food? Without buying those packs, obviously. Like, so as a complete free-to-play. Basically between AC and spelunking. From what I'm gathering from what you said. Yeah, I'm almost up to 10 trillion power right now, I think. Yeah, I'll have to look at the spelunking thing. Yeah, I guess the reason I was asking is because, like, if spelunking can't give me the 60% I'm missing, then there's no way I can hit 100% without paying money. Which kind of sucks, but not a big deal. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if you can get to 100% as a free-to-play without the packs. And I think the packs put you over 100%. Oh, yeah, I'd have to look at it, that's for sure. Kind of sucks. Yeah, because if the that upgrade has a cap on how many times you can level it, then yeah, there's probably no way to actually get 100%. I wish you would allow free-to-play players to hit 100%, with the upgrade, but you know, I can understand why he wouldn't if he doesn't. Yeah, it gives that more incentive to actually swipe the credit card though, if he doesn't allow for 100% for free to play. Because if you can get 100% as a free to play, then the only reason to swipe the credit card is for some of the other benefits that it gives you, but also to get 100% faster. It does have a cap, but that's what I figured. And it's probably like 20 or 30, maybe 40. If it's 40, I'm not super opposed to it because if that gives you 40% and then AC gives you 40%, 80% chance to drop 2 times statues, which is pretty solid. It's not obviously 100%, so it does have, you know, some meh part to it, but that's pretty solid, especially since Welmer can push it to 3 times statues, right? So if you were to drop 2 times statues, you now drop 3 times statues instead. So 80% chance to drop 3 times statues is pretty solid. Not as much as what a pay-to-win player would get, obviously. But it's still pretty good. Oh, man. I'm also not playing my song for extra. Oh, for extra yield. That's another reason why I didn't get as much iron last time. I didn't want to play the song because that guy was on my route and I didn't want to fall behind. I would have caught up pretty easily. It would have been worth it. I would end up with decent chunks still. Yeah, the Whelmer's talent, yeah, it just makes it so if you are to drop a 2 times statues, it instead drops 3 times. Yeah. That's the goal, right? Because I remember G was talking about, he's like, yeah, once you can get to 100% statue drop chance, you know, it turns into 3 times statues because of the legendary talent. I think he was saying, I think he was saying something else too, but basically it becomes like 6 times statue drops or something like that. I don't remember what, I mean, maybe that was the Whelmer thing he was talking about. So instead of it turning it from 2 times to 3 times, it actually multiplies. It has a chance to multiply the 2 times drop by 3 times. So you get 6 times from the Whelmer perk. But I don't think Whelmer is 100% chance if that's the case. It could be. I don't know. I have to look at it again. Because I can't remember if it just converts the 2 times into a 3 times or if it has a chance when a 2 times happens to multiply it by 3, making it a 6 times. Hmm. Should go look at some dungeons really quick. See if anybody's running any of the low tier dungeons. We can get some mats for first time crafts. Oh, yeah, I wonder where Topher and everybody is. I agree, like, usually here by now. Topher might be sleeping. Or they might just be lurking, I don't know. If here's what I'm thinking. If I was to convert, yeah, I would need charcoal as well. Like, I just don't feel like that's worth it. I'd have to farm trees for charcoal, plus I'd have to farm chests for flux. Just to go from 448, and it is almost 4 times, or it is a little over 3 times EXP for 2 extra farms. Like, and I could craft these using, like, the special resources, right? Ooh, this actually might be worth. If I use the void metal for this, ooh, can I? Oh, this would be azurite chunks. Hmm. Yeah, we could do this. This would be a huge chunk. Because we can still use like the lowest tier of the lowest tier stuff here, and we just use the void metal for this. We are hitting a lot of void metal. Not a lot, but a decent amount. That could be pretty useful. Maybe we can do that for a big chunk of EXP. Oh, okay, keep doing. 3/4 almost full, bro. That's crazy. Oh wait, why can't this? Weird. Yeah, good there. All right, so we got enough iron. We need some wood and we need some leather. Oh. Oh yeah, mate. We're gonna have an ad in a minute here, but saw an article this morning about long story short is there's a hypothesis going around that there's gonna possibly be less games being developed or published in the near future because of the Europe Killing Games initiative. Alright, so the ad should be over shortly and we continue our conversation. What does this dude out there? Like perfectly hiding behind that damn tree. Alright, get back from the ad. Hmm. You're back? Welcome back. Yeah, so what I was saying before, like, so I started an article this morning that stated that in the future here, I don't know how near and how true it is, but they're estimating that there's going to be like a decrease in the amount of like live service games. Because the push from Europe of the Killing Games initiative is sparking more conversations than they expected and more thought process going, into these things. So supposedly there's some talk of uh regulations possibly being imposed via, this initiative that would prevent um companies from just killing off their game whenever they want, right? So, and once again, maybe it's like maybe it doesn't pass and it's not a big deal, but some people might put off releasing a game as a live service because if that was to pass and you know what I mean, if they get forced into making sure their game can't be killed or can't be turned off, they weren't initially planning for that, right? So that's an extra cost that they have to now come up with going forward. So supposedly there might be less live service games coming out because these companies are scared that if they were to release the game now and then an initiative like that were to pass, that they would be forced into making sure their game stays up. And I understand that. I get it, you know. Um but it does kind of suck to know that we're going to be losing out on possible enjoyment of games and possible good titles because they refuse to release them or finish developing them or whatever because they don't want them to they don't want to run the risk of having to put that bill. The business standpoint, I get it. Like, that's an indefinite cost. Even if you have to run one server for whatever the duration of time is. Because here's the thing. It's unrealistic to require a company to indefinitely keep a game or a server alive. It's unrealistic, right? Like, even in the grand scheme of things, like let's talk about like vehicles or clothing or something like that, right? At the end of the day, like, those things have a shelf life. Like, they eventually have to be retired, right? They have to be taken down. You know, your car can only be repaired so many times, right? Your car can only be fixed so many times. Your shirt can only be worn so many times before it's like it wears to nothing, right? It's kind of the same thing with a game. Like, the company can only be like obligated to make it available for a certain duration. Yes, people might still be playing the game, but there has to be some threshold. There has to be some sort of criteria you have to meet in order to be allowed to turn it off. Whether it's like a time gated thing where you know, once the game is in maintenance mode, you have to leave it in maintenance mode for X amount of duration before you can actually, you know, turn it off. Or you have to average under X amount of players per day, right? Like, things like that. And like, the problem with the players per day one is uh that those numbers can be fudged, right? They can fake those numbers to a point. They can lie about the numbers of which how many people are logging in and so on and so forth, right? Um but like, the time is a different story. It's like, hey, well, you went into maintenance mode on this day, so you have 10 years before you can turn off your game. At least that way, there's a numerical value to, okay, if we have to keep this running for 10 years, how much is this going to cost us? Like, there's actually like a correlation of, you know, numerical values that they can assign to it. If it's indefinite, then there's no end to the cost. And if that company no longer exists 5 years down the road, right, they dissolve the company, blah, 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 what happens to the game? Who takes over the game? Who continues to process, you know, publish the game? You can't expect a game company that no longer, you know, exists to keep you know, keep a server up and running when they're no longer even a company. So I don't know. There are some limitations to it and some things that would have to get hashed out. So that's why I was saying is like, what I think that's why companies are hesitant at this point to release live service games, I guess. Might go and what? Oh my god. Like, why did someone invite me to Barnacles when I just said X and they sent me a Barnacles invite? Like, oh, I get it. I X'd when they said X up for Barnacles, but like, the other people were putting up other things. Ugh. So like I said, I see the hesitation, I see the issue, and I see why companies wouldn't do it. And this is why I brought it up the other day, and Dig didn't agree with me. And I understand his point of view. But there has to be a way to finagle it so it can work, right? So if there is an initiative that's passed that games can't be killed, like, what all does that encompass? Does that encompass every game ever, you know, that's still currently live? Or does that only go for games going forward? Or you know, what exactly is encompassed into that? What is grandfathered in and what isn't? So there's that. And then if it's, let's say it's all games or whatever, right? And let's say your company goes under, what happen, like, how does that game get handled? If if your company's not going under, but you know, you no longer want to host it or publish it or whatever. Like, how does that go about, right? Like, is there a way that you can pass it off to somebody else that's willing to keep it hosted? And if that's the case, then I could see there being a company, depending on the criteria and stuff, that would be willing, that could be willing to, you know, sweep all of these under their umbrella and host them, host a single server per game that's, you know, in that criteria for whatever the duration is that's required. You know, like I could see that being a thing. I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing with the cars too, mate. Is like in clothes and even games, like they hold memories, and that's one of the arguments with the Killing Games initiative is they. It's not only just hey, I paid for this, I should keep it. It's also like you're removing a part of these people, right? People have been playing these games for so long, or they've met so many great people and done so many great things, and they have so many good memories inside these games that if you get rid of it, you're just cutting out a piece of some of these people. Obviously, that's somewhat unhealthy, but I mean, it's understandable. I mean, like the same thing with the car and the clothes and stuff like that. They all hold sentimental value. They don't hold sentimental value to the developers and stuff because they're there for the money. They only care about profits and making money and getting bigger and being richer. They don't care about like, you know, oh man, this was my first ever game. I'm always gonna have a soft spot for it, or whatever the criteria is, you know, like oh. And that's the one thing with cars, though, mate, is like when a car is dead or even a shirt is dead, it's not that you get rid of it. It's that you store it, you put it away, you put it on a shelf, and you store it, because you want to keep the sentimental, you know, value, the memories around and stuff like that. And like that's kind of like one of the things that I was bringing up with the Killing Games initiative thing is like they don't per se have to keep a game alive indefinitely. They have to find a way for players to continue to have access and to play it without the live servers, aka taking it off of a live service and turning it into a non-live service where you can co-op online and things like that via the internet, right? So they just have to convert it to an online co-op game or a way that you could host your own servers and stuff like that, right? What up, Topher? Welcome in. We've been waiting on you. Appreciate you for stopping by. But yeah, like that's one alternative, right? Instead of doing live service game, or instead of turning the game off, keeping the game live, like or available, keeping the game purchasable, keeping the game still in the section of being able to play it and so on and so forth, but making it to where you don't have to log into a server to connect and to play. That's the only thing they would really have to change to match the criteria required, depending on like how you know the initiative goes and what the requirements completely are and stuff like that. You know, it really depends on like how the initiative goes and what they require and what they force people to do and stuff. Um, but I could see that being one easy resolution, right? One easy fix is just when you're at the end of your, like if you're at the end of the term of your game where you're done, you know, producing content and so on and so forth, switch it to Switch it to a non-live service. Make it to where people can play it offline and stuff. Got a computer? That would be insane, wouldn't it, Topher? I don't think that's gonna happen. Ooh, what'd you end up making for food, Topher? Was work like super busy? Yeah, if he had a computer, bro, that would be epic if he got a computer. Alright, so we have a group coming. We can farm. Gonna be nice. Alright, people coming. Bro, I'm gonna die to this fucking fire. Oh. Oh, don't turn him towards me. Oh my god, bro. Don't turn him towards me, you fucking idiot, dude. So annoying. Literally sitting there trying to res the dude, and he's just facing the boss at the person that I down. That's down. Like, you just literally got me hit for 99.9% of my HP while I'm trying to res this dude. So fucking frustrating. Oh, you got your thread vial maxed? Insane! Let's go! Fucking dumbass people. Y'all are fucking idiots. They're, this is a group for cave, and they for some reason are inviting people saying ex-human. Fucking idiots, dude. Just fucking wasting people's time, dude. Hey, ex-human, man, ex-human. Okay, invite me for human. Oh, this is cave. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you literally blind, deaf, and dumb? Like, what's going on here? How fucking dumb do you have to be? God, dude, people piss me off so much. I don't know how you got in here, man. This is a cave group. Why the fuck did you invite me if it's a cave group when I say ex-human? Like, holy fuck, people are so dumb. Relax, bro, I understand that. And I'm not mad at the game. I'm mad at how dumb people are. I can be mad at how dumb people are. Right? It's just like you driving on the road and somebody cuts you off on the highway. Like, you can be mad about it. Hey, it's just driving. Right? Like, it's one of those conversations that, like, someone's mad about something. Your response is, hey, just relax. Bitch, you relax. I'm not saying you, Arrow. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, like, you know, when you like if you're fighting with somebody or someone's stressed out or someone's like depressed, you can't just be like, hey, just be happy. Just don't be sad. That's not how it works. And I'm not even mad, bro. Like, truly, like, yeah, I rage, and it sounds like I'm mad. I'm not really mad. Like, I'm frustrated. I'm annoyed, but I'm not really mad. I just voice my frustrations. Like, it's the pure stupidity of the fact that, like, you obviously can't fucking read. Right? It's like, I go to McDonald's and I order a cheeseburger with no onions, and you put onions on it, right? You're gonna be annoyed, right? It's like, I ordered it without onions. It's on the ticket as no onions. Why are there onions on my food? Oh, well, I misread it. Well, a 5-year-old can read that. Like, do you need to go back to fucking first grade? Like, what's going on here? Like, I understand people can misread things. I misread things all the time. But I make sure to double and triple check things when I'm doing something for other people, right? And it's the same philosophy when it's like when you're driving, right? If you're driving and you see someone put on the turn signal, what is your initial reaction? Hey, let's speed up and keep them from coming over into my lane because I want to be in front of them. Or is it, oh, this person needs to get over, let me slow down. Right? There's the two different people, right? There's the people that are so impatient they don't care about anybody else on the road but themselves, and they will gun it to prevent you from getting over potentially causing a car accident and injuring people because they're so impatient and so self-absorbed with themselves that they don't care about anybody else. And then though, like, you're gonna be mad, right? Someone does that to you, you're pissed, right? You're like, what the fuck? Like, do you not understand? I put my turn signal on and you decide to floor it? Like, are you a dumbass? Right? Like, there's just stupid people in the world. And then there's no difference when it comes to a game. Like, the game, you're supposed to, when you're playing a game, the intention is to have fun. The intention is to log in, have a good time, enjoy your day, you know, woo-saw, and have some enjoyment. And if you're sitting there and you're seeing people post in chat, be like, hey guys, X up if you want to farm this one thing, and you want to go and farm that thing. So you send a message, you're like, hey, I want to farm that thing, party up, right? So they party up with you, and you go there, and no one's there. And then you make a comment, and they're like, oh, I don't know how you got into this group, because this is for this. It's like, am I not expected to be annoyed? Like, is it not acceptable for me to be annoyed at that? Is it? Is it? Like, am I in the wrong here? Because if I'm in the wrong here, I'm just going to start randomly posting messages, inviting people to things, and then just be like, oh, that's not for this, that's for this. Sucks to suck, bitch. You know, like, you see my point? Like, I feel like I'm entitled to be annoyed at someone for incorrectly inviting people to things. It's not like it was vague. It's not like it was like, it's not like the Barnacles people, like, that invited me to Barnacles. See, that I wasn't mad about. I was like, oh, fuck, are you kidding me? Like, why are they inviting me? And then I realized why they were inviting me. Like, so I wasn't pissed about it. Because all I put was X. Because all I saw was the message for X human. So I put X. But I didn't realize there was a message above it that said X up for Barnacles. So Barnacles invited me. And I was like, oh, okay, Barnacles invited me. That's why. Okay, it makes sense. Not mad at them. That was vague, right? But when I literally say X and I put the word human after it, specifying what I'm Xing for, and you still get it wrong, you should not be in charge of inviting people. Stay in your lane, sip water in the corner, and do what you're told. Don't try and take the reins and be a fucking chief because you obviously don't know how to do it. Like, holy crap, people. Takes a special someone to do that. Fine, it's whatever. I'll just go back to farming my engineering. Oh man, people sometimes. But I'm not even really mad about it. I'm just like kind of baffled and then irritated. Like, that's the kind of like nonsensical bullshit you deal with on a daily basis when you play video games. And you can't get away from it. And it's not even just video games, it's literally life. It's quite literally life. No matter what you do, you have to deal with that. Bro! Why were you sad? Did they announce that Adelan is being turned off? They're killing it. That might be a double-edged sword. It might be sad at first, but super happy by the end of it. I don't part gear though, that's the thing. Like, I don't really care about my gear. Also, and Rose, if you're still here, if you're still listening to me complain, I don't really want to farm gear. Like, that's the thing. Is like, I can go there, I can farm by myself, I can get gear, and like, I don't really give a shit about having best in slot, like really high tier combat gear. At the end of the day, like, I'm chilling, having a good time. I'm farming out my professions. I'm leveling my shit up, getting my better tools eventually. You know, I'm working towards my tool grind. I'm working towards my bags, working towards my trophies and stuff. Like, I'm having fun working on that stuff. Like, I don't really give a shit about sitting in a cave, hitting a couple mobs, looting a bunch of bags, and sitting there spending hours deciphering if it's good or bad and coming up with a build on, you know what I mean? Like, just holding on to thousands of pieces of gear to figure something. Like, I'm not interested in that. It just doesn't sound like an enjoyable time for me. Like, I feel like a chest run is more enjoyable. Because at least I'm running around doing stuff and, like, getting refining materials and chances at trophy materials and stuff like that. I mean, I do that on a regular basis. just for funsies. So that's just a regular Tuesday for me, Topher. You gotta put on those Hulk hands that you get at the kids department. Those Hulk gloves. What was that? Yeah, I mean, so with me, I don't really mind the no blinker thing, Topher. It just depends on if there's room, right? If they change lanes without a blinker, or turn like at a turn light without a blinker or something, I don't really care. But if I'm like right there next to them and they don't put a blinker on and they straight up cut me off and almost caused me to wreck because they didn't put a turn signal on, that's a different story, right? Or if they're weaving in and out of traffic, like blatantly weaving in and out of traffic, really close to the other vehicles and stuff like that, like that's a problem. But if I'm sitting there and I'm waiting to turn onto a road and I see you driving towards me and then you just slow down and turn right where I'm at and didn't put your turn signal on, okay, that's pretty frustrating. But with the added caveat that even if they do put their turn signal on, I don't trust them. You still sit there and wait for them to start making the turn before you go. Because if you anticipate that they're actually going to turn where you think they're going to turn, and then they don't, you're in a car accident, right? You're at fault because you pulled out in front of them. I mean, technically, I don't know who would be at fault in that situation. Technically, the person that pulled out in front of them for no apparent fucking reason. But they can argue, well, they had a turn signal on, and then at the same time, turn signal doesn't indicate that I was turning there. Like, they can argue that I was turning at the next entrance, so on and so forth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's, he said, she said, there's blame to go around, I guess. But like, it's just safer to wait for them to do the turn. So even if they didn't have the turn signal on, I'd be waiting the same amount of thing, right? So I feel like there's no difference with the turn signal when it comes to turning. But I will say that if you're following behind somebody and they're like, why the fuck are they slowing down? And then they turn without putting a turn signal on, that's more annoying. Because if I knew you were turning, I would have gotten to the other lane and gone around you. Right? Like, it's just one of those things. I hate the inconsiderate people. Like, when you're doing a zipper merge, for example, right? You're driving up to like an on-ramp or something, and it's two lanes turn into one lane, and you're supposed to zipper merge like one person then the other, one person then the other, one person then the other. And you got this one dickhead that's trying to like block you from getting over so he can be one car length ahead of where he's at. That is the devil's name. Oh no! Wait, someone go save Topher. Like that's the kind of shit that pisses me off. Like the other day, me and the wife were driving, and there was like two cars in front of us, right? So we were doing the speed of the car in front of us, and they were doing the speed of the car in front of them. And we're just cruising. These people were driving a little under the speed limit. Did I wait for the ad to be over? I think I'll wait for the ad to be over. Oh. Oh, the mining fiesta. That's super sad. Yeah. Hands are fucking freezing. It is 68 degrees in my office right now. I have winter Crocs. I don't know if you know what those are, but they're like Crocs with like fuzzy linings, socks, sweatpants, t-shirt, and my hands are ice cubes, and even my feet are fucking cold. Even though I have socks and fuzzy Crocs on. Like, I'm not cold, but my fingertips, like my phalanges, my magical phalanges, those are cold, and my toes are cold. Oh, that sucks. I mean, at least it's not hot, but I don't know what I'd rather be. Hot and sweaty, or fucking freezing to death. It's always a toss-up. It depends on the situation for me. Like, usually I prefer to be cold because I can at least warm up, right? But when I'm hot, I can't really cool off. It's hot. T-shirt and shorts with a cold breeze. Shrinkage, baby! Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, so when you're in the back, usually like you get hot anyway. Like when I did dishwasher and like food prep, I was in the back of the store, you know, by myself, and I was always fucking hot. Like the fucking store is like 60 degrees, and I'm fucking back there sweating my ass off. Cause like I'm you know throwing dishes in the dishwasher, which is hot water, hot steam, stuff like that. But I'm like moving those around. I'm stacking the plates. I'm stacking them onto this. I'm moving them over to here. I'm going into the freezer to grab stuff, putting it in the sous vide. Fucking I'm taking out chicken and I'm cutting it up and I'm bagging it and I'm like running out soups and breads and like I'm just everywhere. When I used to work at Panera, right? I'm just doing all this stuff and I'm just like, bro, it's 60 degrees in here, but I'm fucking ripping in sweat. I'm just running around the damn store the whole time. It's not that I'm running. I'm just like walking from one side to the other. I'm just doing stuff. I'm constantly being active, which is like increasing my heart, my heart rate and my body temperature and stuff like that. So it's just like not such a big deal, but I'm always hot regardless. But yeah, we missed the mining fiesta. Okay, so October, I was doing a little digging online for the new setup, and the generalistic consensus, if we aren't gonna do dungeon stuff, there's not really a good weapon other than the massive pooch set. Now, technically speaking, we could try the emerald blade, and I can keep a chunk of money on me to increase its damage, right? Because it scales up to 2 billion gold in my purse. Its damage. Obviously the general consensus is obviously magic power. Magic power is king when it comes to being able to do this. But the short of it was, there was some enchants that people were recommending over some of the traditional enchants because they don't do as much damage per second, but they do better damage per hit. So it was a slight different variation of. So for one of them was like, start with a P. Prosecutor or something like that is like one of them that they recommended over some of the other alternatives because it doesn't do as much damage per second, but it's more consistent in how it hits instead of having highs and lows, and it typically hits higher on average than the fluctuation in the other ones. I don't think that works with the Emerald Blade. Oh. What would Bank 5 really do for me though? Like you're just saying it gives me 2.5 kill coins per kill, so it's 10 extra coins a kill. Like what is that gonna do? Yeah, but hold on. Emerald Blade specifically has a debuff. Receives Curse of Greed when striking, canceling any effect modifying your coin loss on death. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. That is the negative effect of running this. But if I'm only using it on ghosts, there's basically no way I can die if I can one hit them or two hit them, right? If I can kill them in one or two hits, I can't die. Because according to some information I read, is when you kill a ghost, you get 10% of your HP back just from killing the ghost, supposedly. Let alone any lifesteal you have. So if you're killing them in one or two hits, you don't even need lifesteal at that point because you're getting 10% of your life back every time you kill one. But they do hit relatively hard, so you need some HP, right? So they do 100 true damage, and then they do like 1,000 regular damage, which can be reduced by defense. So here's the kicker: is armor wise, I didn't really find much. Everybody just recommends running Crimson armor. But Crimson armor comes from running Kudra runs. So in order to get this, which gives us strength, crit damage, HP, defense, right? You have to do Kudra runs. You get it. Yeah, it drops from Kudra right here. Kudra chest. And then you can prestige it eventually, but this actually comes with the chance to give you ferocity and percent damage as long as you chain hitting things. Yeah, exactly. So once again, it's another Kudra bullshit thing that we'd have to do. So Kudra is the only way to get this armor set. So we would be probably better off doing the werewolf set once again. Purely because it's going to give us 40 ferocity and some defense, but we don't get the HP. So our HP is going to be lacking at this point. This is the scary part. If we don't have a lot of HP, we can easily die. The other one gave us HP, so we're going to be at like 2,000 or 3,000 HP, so it's kind of scary. But once again, if we can one hit, it's fine. Yeah, some of the Slayer gear is pretty good. Yeah, like you talk about the Ender Sword? What do they have? Because like the katana is like one of the things I was thinking of. You can't use a Terminator. You can't use a Terminator. You have to use a melee weapon on ghosts. You can't use range. I mean, not saying this isn't worth it, because it definitely is. This bow is insane. I'm saying specifically for fighting the ghost though. Oh, getting this to do dungeons? Yeah. Yeah, because like I said, I was saying like this isn't too bad. It's got decent damage, it's got decent strength, got crit damage, right? But it doesn't really help other than that, right? Yeah, I think approach sword is the only true way to really go about it, and the only way to really bring that up further is I, 'cause like I said, I was saying like this isn't too bad. It's got decent damage, it's got decent strength, got crit damage, right? But it doesn't really help other than that, right? Yeah, I think approach sword is the only true way to really go about it, and the only way to really bring that up further is. Is right, is to gym slot it with higher gyms. Get higher gyms inside of here, and then get my mastery up, or my magic power. Because like I feel like that's our only viable option here. But I will say, when it comes to the Pooch Sword, we might be able to change some of the enchants around a little bit. Because one of the enchants that they were recommending is Chimera. And Chimera copies the combat stats of your active pet. The problem is Mithril Golem's combat stats aren't great. I mean, I'm not saying we can do it. I'm just saying, even if we were to do it, they don't have, like, their combat stats aren't really there. No, I know that. I'm just saying, though, like, this is what people were saying, is like Chimera is a good one, but they also said you can drop Chimera for other things because it's hard to get or whatever, and it's expensive. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's literally just it's the combat stats while on the island, and it's not a combat stat. All for one? What's up? I don't know what that is. But what I was gonna look up is the enchants here, right? Because we got enchants, right? And some people recommend champion for certain criteria for, like, more or less leveling up or whatever. Obviously, cubism you want, right? They were saying that for sure. Executor is possibility, but like I said, they're not so much looking to increase the damage when they get low. They're looking for damage on high HP, which, so they were saying giant, first strike, like these two here, give you like 125% of the hit on the first hit on the mob, and then increase damage percentage of HP above a certain percentage. So it's like these two are really good. And then they were saying, obviously, looting is really high tier. Prosecutor, this is the one that they were talking about specifically. Increases the damage dealt by 1% for each percentage of health your target has. So at 100% HP, you do more damage. Catacombs 7. Increases damage by 500%. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Well, this is what I was saying, is like, I think Prosecutor is probably something we should throw on it. Because if this will give us 1% damage per percentage of HP the target has, the first hit would give us 100% increased damage. And then Giant Killer could give us 1.2% for each percentage of health, extra health the target has above 65%, right? Prosecutor, let me look. This is the one that was highly recommended. It just says enchanting table. So this one we should be able to do. The obviously got to push it to Prosecutor 6 to get the 1%. So that's 100% damage increase just from that. And then, like I said, I had Giant Killer on there already. And then First Strike, if we get that, that's 125% damage. That's 225 plus whatever 1.25% times 35% is, right? Oh, experimentation table. Okay, so we can't quite hit 100% then. So we have to get the book from that one. Gotcha. Okay. So like I said, those three alone are pretty good. And then obviously sharpness, right? 65% damage increase. Pretty good. And I don't know if Titan Killer would do anything for us. I don't know if they have defense. Uh, they have health, they have damage. Doesn't look like they have any defense. So I don't think Titan Killer would work because there's no defensive stat here. And like these are like the high tier ones, right? These are the ones like you're like, okay, which one of these epic ones can we put on? And this is the one you were showing us, right? Which doesn't really work with the rest of it, but would be more overall. 500% damage would be more than what the other ones are giving us. This would be okay if we're using a combat pet, but obviously like these are hard to get because they're like high tier, right? Obviously this is Kudra. Wait, what is this one? Your weapon gains 10 times the damage of the latest monster killed and applies it to your next hit. What does that mean? This could be cool. Swarm. It wouldn't be reliable, but a lot of times there's a bunch of ghosts within 10 blocks. Or you can pull a couple of ghosts. Like I said, this one wouldn't be reliable, but it could be something. Because if you can get a max of 10 enemies within 10 blocks, it's 100% damage. Yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, I put cleave on it to do extra like AoE damage, right? You definitely do that for like the extra hits to the other mobs near you. Cubism, obviously, because you get 80% damage to creepers. And this is what I was saying, is like you set it up for the one hit or quitter, and if you can't kill it in one hit, obviously your damage drops on the next hit. So that's why the executor would be on there as well, usually, because it gives you more damage when they're losing HP. So it's helpful. There is the triple attack one too, right? Triple strike. Increase melee's damage done by 50% for the first 3 hits on a mob. Like this is another 50% damage increase. Yeah, if we get the 1% book for prosecutor, I think that could really help. Because let me see what I currently have. Because I have a lot of enchants on this thing, and I don't know how I would put a certain enchant on if it's already full. Because do I get to select what enchant gets removed if my enchants are full, or do I have to make another sword and just re-enchant it from scratch? If I have to make another sword, that's fine. Oh, I can unenchant? Okay. So let's just look at my sword really quick. So it has cleave, critical. So crits would be nice, obviously. Is that... Wait. Critical isn't... Wait, what is critical? Oh, it gives crit damage. Okay. So that's just more crit damage. But did that calculate onto the sword itself? Is that where the plus 80 is coming from? Or is that from Spicy? I think that's from Spicy, right? I don't know. Well, it's got critical, it's got cube, it's got drain, hinder. Yeah, Spicy was 80 and 1, right? I think we potatoed it, yes. That's why we had the yellow, which is 20 and 20. Yeah, I think we did that too. We have 40 and 20 on all. We potatoed it last time. But you see how I don't have the other 3 slots unlocked, the gym slots? So I need 3 gym slot unlocks for extra HP, and I need like total of what, 20 gems? What do you mean what I need? I don't want to spend too much time on here. I was just checking my chance. Now you're having me like do a whole bunch of shit. Oh yeah, I have to go. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it's dwarves. Bro, Edge, I was raging out a little bit earlier. So someone put in ex-human, so I put in ex-human. They invited me. I went there. There was like 1 person there, and the other 5, 6 people were over at cave. And I said, "Are we not doing human like you guys posted?" It's like, "What? I don't know how you got in here, but this is a cave run." I'm like, so when I put ex-human into recruitment chat and you guys invited me, it was like, can you not read? I know where I'm going, Tover. It's just slow. I teleported down there thinking I had to check something else. Alright. I haven't done this in a very long time. Fine ruby. 4 more and then 16. So I need 21 fine rubies. I'm just gonna make sure. I think all of them are the same. I probably have some. Yeah, so it's 21 per piece. I made 3. I got 3. So I can unlock 3 slots. Ugh. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. Just a few. So that'll give us. Am I putting the fine rubies in the slots as well, or do we have bigger ones that we can put in there for even more HP? I need money. I hate that I can't hit enter. So frustrating. Okay. We're going to flawless, right? Why is it not? Man, I added the number of crafts. I don't know why. So I can't do very many. I can do 4. Is it worth doing 4 flawless and then just maybe filling the rest in with fines for now and then changing them out later? Oh, I only did 3. Sorry. Alright, how do I put them in? Do I do it in here still? How do I do it? I can't remember. How do I take these out? Okay, just to remove cost, gotcha. Like obviously we could take it a step further and we can do even bigger ones than flawless later. Alright, and then I need to put the mithril pet on. You know what's crazy? Is I only had 104,000 HP with a god pot on. I don't have a god pot on, and I'm almost back to that. There's so many ghosts in this one corner. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, there's so many back there. Yeah, okay, so you see this is the problem. So take a look. I'm hitting for like 150. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 hits. That's what I'm saying. So before I was like under 90k. So now that I've gone up like 50k. Yeah, we can try Godpot later. But that's a big help. Like I said, the only other thing would be pushing these to higher tier gyms. I'm not gonna be able to one hit, even with a Godpot. But with the idea that I think I went up 50k without a God Pot. Because like I said, with the God Pot I was doing 250, right? And then without the God Pot I was doing like 90 something. Right? Now I'm doing almost 150. So I went up like 50k base damage. The God Pot should put me over like 300 probably, if not higher. So obviously a little bit more magical power would help. Different enchants, like I said, I didn't finish looking at my enchants because we spent too much time fucking around with that, but I'll mess with it more on Monday, Topher. We can tinker around with it more Monday, but I think Prosecutor will definitely help. Even if it's not Prosecutor 7 or whatever, or 6 for the 1%, I think that'll really help. Because that'll be 100% damage increase. And if we can get it to a 500k hit, or at least like a 2 hit, more or less. Because if man, I wish we could get 100 ferocity in there somehow. Because the only way to do that is the armor plus the pet. And if I did that, I'd lose the 20% stats on the mining island, and I'd lose all the HP, so the pooch sword wouldn't work. So it's like, that's not a viable option. The reason I say it is because like 100 ferocity would allow us to hit twice, which would then allow us to one hit with 500k. I mean, what's the finishing the campfire gonna really do for me? I know it gives me another badge. Oh yeah, that's more magic power, right? Higher badge, right? Yeah, so like I said, maybe on Monday we can tinker around with some of that. and see how that works out for us. Like I said, if I can just 2-hit them, it would speed up my farm significantly. Because right now, I was doing 4 to 5 hits. And if I can get it down to 2 or even 3, that'll be a huge increase in speed. I was getting roughly 8 plasma an hour on average. Some hours I wouldn't get very many, and other hours I would get a few more. So I feel like it doesn't take me all that long to get it done, but it's tedious. I have to run over, I have to fight one. I have to run over, I have to fight one. And it's not even that I have to like walk up and smack it. I literally have to walk up there and smack it multiple times. And then like I gotta spin around in circles looking for mobs that are like walking up behind me and hitting me in the back. And it's just, if I can just run forward, whack one, and just keep running forward and just whacking things as I'm running in a circle, it'd be so much faster. And I know it's doable because you've even seen it yourself on the guides and stuff, of people getting enough like stats and stuff on a massive set to 1-hit. It's possible, but I feel like a lot of that has to do with magical power and the right enchants. And that's why when I found that one post where they were talking about how if you're struggling to 1-hit, changing some of your enchants to focus more on 1-hitting mobs rather than just overall DPS, some of those, you know, enchants can be swapped out. They won't do as much damage per second, but they will do more damage per single hit. So anything that's going to give me an initial damage hit or damage increase to the first hit is really all that matters. I think that's what we should focus on. Oh, yeah, that's my thought. Switch up our focus a little bit to just focusing purely on not what's going to give us the most damage per second, but what's going to give us the most damage per hit. At least for the initial hit. Because even if we get it up to like 600k on the first hit, and the second hit can just finish it off with like a 400k hit, it doesn't matter that it's less. It just matters that I can kill it on the second hit. And also, since we have the poison and the fire as well, Topher, even if we don't hit quite 1,000,000 on one hit, if the fire and the poison hits simultaneously on that first hit, and it scales based off how hard we hit, if both of them hit like 100k, that means we only have to hit a 800k. You know what I mean? And I know before when we were hitting 250k, they were hitting for roughly 30 to 50k a pop. So it's like 1/5 of the damage. And I think one of them is more like a 1/6 of the damage. So if it's like 1/5 of the damage, and let's say we did 500k, that's 100k of one and like 80k of another. So that's putting us almost a 700k if we can just hit a 500. So our next hit would definitely probably kill it. Because the poison would still be there, the fire would still be there, and they kind of stack when you hit them again to do a little bit more, plus whatever the actual hit is. It just really depends on what the God Pot puts us to, and if we can get some. I don't expect us to get perfect gems, but isn't flawless the highest we can get before we get to perfect? Wait, why would I have to take cleave off? Oh, because of the mobs around it, right? Because you don't want to cleave the mobs around it. Gotcha. Yeah. We can definitely make sure we take cleave off. Because if I can 1-hit or even 2-hit, I don't need cleave, right? Because I can just whack, and then whack, right? I don't need to cleave them down. Yeah, but not only does it need 5 flawless, but you also need that like perfect thing, the ruby thing too, from getting from running the ruby thing, the ruby crystal. And the ruby crystal I feel like is RNG to obtain. Isn't the ruby one specifically RNG? Because I know like the yellow one is in the magma fields, right? You can just farm that as much as you want. Same thing with like the orange one and the green one and the blue one. But I thought the red one was RNG. Oh, is it in there? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you're able to do that, that's huge. But I could farm some rubies if needed. Right? I don't mind. I can farm rubies on one of my days. Because like I said, if we can get my HP up and the magic power up a little bit more, I think we can get it to a 2-hit with a god pot, obviously. I prefer to not have a god pot because I don't like having to use those types of finite resources. I would be okay with using potions that we created on a private island with our alchemy stands, but I don't know what potions we would have to make. To be able to take advantage of it. So maybe that's something we can look into as well, Tover. Because from my understanding, a god pot is really good, but you can make higher tier potions like yourself. So you can actually get more potential DPS increase from doing your own potions than you can from using a god pot. God pot's just easier because it does all of it at once. Yeah, because like I said, I don't need everything that a god pot comes with, right? Like I need HP because HP is going to give me more damage. Obviously crit and crit damage or like first or anything that's going to increase like my raw damage output, but I don't need most of the other stuff. So it's just like god pot's kind of wasted in a way because I don't need all the stuff that it comes with. It's not that it's wasted. It's still worth it. It's just it's one of those finite resources that I don't like using because it takes real money. Kind of indirectly. So yeah, maybe that's something we look into because we have a ton of alchemy stands, and all we'd have to do is figure out which ones we need to make, see what we need to put in there, fill them all up, get them all crafted, and have thousands. Like I have a whole shit ton of potions just sitting there that you can pop them. You know, when you're going to do a farm or something. Like I think that's definitely viable. Something we could definitely do. So we don't have to worry about using god pots, and when it falls off, it falls off. I can just go and reapply it. Also got to make sure to eat my cakes, right? Cakes, and then the potions. Oh, is there anything I can put on the mithril golem to make him even stronger for me damage-wise? Like any pet attachments I can put on him possibly? Since the only thing that he gives me to increase my stats is that one miscellaneous while on the mining island. Gives me 20% plus, you know, that all stats or whatever. Is there anything else that can juice him further? Like even if it's something that's like gives me more crit chance or something. That way I can lose crit chance like on another piece to gain like a different reforge or something. And we can also look into possibly getting different accessories. Since I'm using just the Enderman accessories. Oh, Topher, why can't Jesus Christ. I was thinking about the gem farm. So, do you think it would be faster to gem farm with the gemstone gauntlet, just killing the playsite guys and or the goblins, just running around murdering goblins for hours? for eggs while getting gems? Not anymore? Okay. Do you have to put a perfect gem in the gauntlet for it to drop that gem? But I mean, like, that's not too bad. Because it'll pay for itself in the long run. I mean, even if that's the case, though, one perfect ruby to farm rubies, I don't think it's too bad of a deal. Because then you can literally just run around in circles, murdering goblins with one hit, over and over and over again, dropping tons of. I feel like you're gonna get way more rubies from punching a goblin, because it's a one-hit goblin, versus sitting there mining gemstones. Got prot 6 from the table. Nice. And there's no enchants I can put on the Mastiff to give it more HP, right? I know there's protection and there's feather falling and all the other generic blast, anti-blast and stuff like that, but there's nothing that I can put on there to like just juice out its HP more. I'm also not opposed to the bank one going on my Mastiff set, since, you know, that won't prevent me from losing the, or I won't have the negative effect, so I'll definitely prevent myself from losing money. Especially since I can drop the 1 mil drops pretty regularly. I have died once because I lagged out. So it really is annoying that I died that one time from a lag out. So having the ability to not lose it on death would be kind of nice. I think I need a piggy bank. I don't think I have a piggy bank in my thing. Oh shit, I forgot. I'm running out of artifact space, so I think I'm gonna need to farm some money. I already spent a whole bunch. Like, I think I spent like 30 mil already, if not more. But I think I need to spend some more money on the artifact guy to get my artifact bag bigger if I'm gonna go farm some more artifacts. And then you were saying I need a bunch of money as well to upgrade some of my artifacts to higher tiers. I don't know how that works. I thought that was like an RNG item that I had to farm to be able to upgrade them to higher ranks. Oh, from dungeons, got you. Yeah. Okay. Makes more sense. So yeah. So you need to farm for the RNG item and then have the currency to be able to purchase the chest. Yeah, okay. You know what floor those start dropping on? I can farm floor 2. But I don't think they drop in floor 2. Like, there's a lot we could work on. There's a ton of stuff we could work on. It's just the reason I didn't want to work on it is because, like, the amount of time we'd have to put into being able to farm ghosts in 1 hit, or even 2 hits, the amount of effort we'd have to put into, you know, upgrading all our artifacts and getting more artifacts, increasing the artifact bag, and then getting the perfect gems and getting the good enchants and all that stuff. Like, the amount of time it would take, we could have just farmed anything else and been able to do something like, you know what I mean? We would have been on a further state in gear farming something else, or putting all that effort in to be able to farm dungeons to get to the better gear instead of fucking around with this low tier gear. Or by the time we get to the point where I can 1 or 2 hit them, I could have farmed all the plasma just by farming it with 5 or 6 hits. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of those things. Like, which one's more time efficient? All right, so recombinators, 6 mil coins on floor 1. You need an S plus. That's kind of rough. Okay. And then it's 3% chance to show up. Okay. Oh. I have to look at this. Okay, but on floor 2, it's a little bit better. The base drop rate is 3, but S drop rate is higher. So it can drop as a base drop rate, non-mutant S plus, it says. Just a 3% chance. Unless that's wrong. Because it says base drop is this, and then S plus is this. So technically it can drop in any floor. It just has... Funny that the best drop rate, base drop, is floor 2. And then... Yeah, it gets worse as you go up. Interesting. But these come out of the bedrock chests as well, so it comes out of 2 different chests. I feel like floor 2 is the best place to farm it, you know, for our stage. Yeah, 1 trillion fucking times, I know. I mean, at least I can actually farm floor 2. I would like to figure out how to farm, like, to clear floor 3, though. I'd like to be able to actually push dungeons, but it's just, I don't know how. Like I said, I still to this day cannot figure out the gear progression in the game. Because, yes, I understand Massive has no defense, which is, its defense is its HP. That's why, like, if something hits so hard, that there's no way to out-sustain how much I'm taking damage-wise because I have no defense. I get that, because it has negative defense. But these other armor sets that have like 700-800 armor and a little bit of true armor or whatever, somehow with 3000 HP, they can survive a fight and basically take no damage, versus I take like 100,000 damage in one hit. Like, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, I think so. What's fun is we had the materials to make one, but when I saw in the description that it said that if you die, it cracks and it breaks, I was like, well, if it breaks and I have to keep recrafting it, I don't want to make this thing. I want to keep dying. You know what I mean? Like, I die all the time. So I don't want to do it. But then someone told me that even though it cracks, it still counts for the magic power. You just have to recraft / repair it so it can rework as an active usable like, you know, on death effect. So I was like, oh, okay, so it still works for that. So I just never went around to remaking it. So anyway, that's a handful of stuff that we could work towards just to get me a little bit stronger. Like I said, we're looking into the potions, trying to get all the flawless, maybe a couple perfect gems. Like I said, I don't mind farming gems. I would prefer to punch goblins for the gems if we could figure that out. Okay, so even cracked, it still saves like majority of your money. That's still worth it. But at the end of the day, like, do you need a piggy bank if you have the bank mod on your armor that you were talking about? Like, do you really need it? Oh, so it goes down to broken. But if it's broken, it still counts for magic power, right? It just doesn't have any money saving effect. Because that's the only thing that matters to me, is as long as it works for magic power. Okay. Yeah, so as long as it counts for magic power, I don't care if it breaks. I just need to have one. Okay. That's all that matters. Okay. So yeah, see if we can get a couple more artifacts. See if we can look into those potions. See if we can get that prosecutor enchant. So I think that's the only enchant we really needed. We got to take off cleave at the same time, and then see if we can get some more gems. I think that's the only thing that we can really do to juice. Oh wait, and see if there's a pet attachment for our pet, to see if the pet can give us a little bit more combat stats or something. And then the only other thing is possibly looking to see if there's any accessories that I can wear other than the Enderman accessories that might be slightly better. I think that's the only real upgrades that we have. So I would say Monday, Topher, if you're down to chat a little bit after work and everything, and if you're feeling okay to it, maybe we can chat a little bit about it and see what we can muster, like information wise, see what we want to work towards. Like I said, right now with the God Pod, I can go down there and I can easily farm you out the rest of your plasma. It would just take me a decent amount of time. Like the amount of time it would take me would be a little high. Because I'd probably be 4 or 5 hitting them, which is what I was doing before. And it took me roughly, I would say 5 days of farming, like an hour or 2 at a time, to finish it. So it took me roughly 8 to 10 hours to farm you out your 20 plasma. Which is fine. Like, it's not that big a deal. I mean, how much more plasma did you need? 50 or something? Or was it 30? I don't remember exactly. I could easily farm it out without upgrading the character. But I feel like if I upgrade this character a little bit stronger, oh, so it's 32 plus 16. Okay. Wait, do you need both 32s? Because, oh, wait, it is both 32s. Okay. So 64, 70, so it's 80 more. Okay, so that would be a long time. That would be probably closer to 100 hours of farming, if I had to guess. Which once again is definitely doable, definitely not too difficult. Just be slow and steady, right? It's not a big deal. And then I have to farm it all over again for my own stuff, which is eventually one day. No, there's a stream tomorrow, mate. Because it's the weekend still. It's just I won't be streaming Monday or Tuesday. Right. So that's why I was gonna talk to Topher on Monday and Tuesday. So that's the pet items you said. Let's take a quick look. I'm an adult. I don't know why it pops that up. I hate the fandom page. I like the wiki a little bit more. Alright, so pet XP, pet XP, pet XP. While equipped, shares slot XP. Alright, so this one's not too bad. 5% crit chance. Crit chance, once again. This is crit damage, which is probably a better bet. So, I mean, these are 2 to choose from, crit chance or crit damage, depending on our accessories, right? Yeah, so I'll say, I think this one's really good. And then we can upgrade it to here. What about this one? What's wrong with this one? Is it because it's pets, crit chance, and crit damage? This is something where I think Chimera would work, right? The Chimera enchant, because it grants you the combat stats of your pet. So if your pet had 40 crit chance and 40 crit damage, I think Chimera would be able to work off of this. So this says that the increases the pet's stats by 40% of its existing crit chance and crit damage, rather than a flat increase that the big tooth and sharp claw pet does. Interesting. So I feel like with this in mind, it has to be put on a pet that has crit chance and crit damage. If it increases it by 40% of its existing combat damage, rather than this just gives it a flat increase and this gives it a flat increase. So maybe that's the difference. Defense, magic fund. Increases strength. This isn't too bad either. 30 strength. I don't know how strong that would be for us. Supposedly this is really good if you're doing a ferocity build. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think 30 strength is not too bad, but it's from trick or treat chests. So not really ideal. The other one's just easy to obtain. The 25 crit damage. Because it's just the sharpened claw, gold, and I don't know what a Zog anvil is. Isn't that just the NPC? Yeah, bought from Zog. Wait, is it actually bought from him, or do you have to craft it? Because, like, this is saying it takes griffin feathers and ancient claws, which I don't have enough of those. Huh. So do I have to actually make that item? Over? With the do I have to actually craft it? Because it's a little weird. It says bought from Zog, but then it says it takes the griffin feathers and the ancient claws to make it. You want to go talk to Zog and see? Yeah, he's not selling. That's what I thought. So we have to craft one. Yeah, it's fine. We might have some of these if we look around. I did some of this. We might have some to be able to make one. I mean, worst case, I mean, we can just stick with a 15 crit damage. It's something, right? 1 mil for 15 crit damage isn't too bad. At least it gives us some damage. Um, because this is the one thing I'm really curious on is the accessories, right? Oh, wait, it's not accessories, is it? Because these are artifacts. This is not what I'm thinking of. What is the things that we wear? Or like amulets and our necklaces and stuff like that, and our cloaks. Yeah, I'm on accessories. Those aren't. These are being considered artifacts. Is it equipment? Yeah, it might be equipment. Okay. Yeah, because like I said, right now I'm currently wearing. If I had to guess, I think I'm wearing the Ender Belt, which is just HP and defense, right? So if I could get something that gives me either more HP or gives me other stats, it would be better. I don't know where to check for mine, Topher. I know I have some somewhere, or I thought I did. All right, so this is what I'm thinking we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to come up with a few equipment items that'll give me a buff, right? Because, like, there's stuff like this. Like, the black belt would give me another 20 HP. Right? Instead of this. Give me, like, another 20 HP. Or if we were to go with, like, something like this. A molten belt. But this is when fighting. Something about when fighting Kudra. Oh, so it's chest reward from Kudra. The black belt is the dojo, which I fucking despise. Yeah, I fucking despise that place. There's not really another belt per se. Unless we do this. But this takes like 2 diamond magma fish. Some lava shells. And we gotta make the fine belt too. So there was one in chest floor 2. Is that... Where's that? Gotta go on floor 2. This one? But it's only 10 HP and 5 strength. The one I currently have is 15 HP and 5 defense. It's this one. 15. The defense doesn't matter, so it's 15 HP. Yeah, so that one specifically in the dungeon I'll get more strength. But I feel like the best one we have is the one we're currently wearing, at least for belts. I mean, what is this? Grants 5 to 100 health. 2.5% chance to get from the Arachne. I feel like isn't too hard. I mean, that's Slayer, right? Three pieces for... So you have to wear a full piece set, it looks like. An 8-piece set to get to plus 100, so it's not worth it. Because, like, I could go to a 4-piece and it's plus 20 HP. Which would be, like, the 4 accessories, I'm assuming. And I'm losing 5 HP from doing this, but I gain 5 HP for having 1 piece. So, like, it's like a net positive, but it could be a net positive depending on the other pieces. So in this one, we are still running the Enderman, which is 5 HP, 5 defense. This one already looks better. The Scourge Cloak, 20 crit damage, 25 HP. Mutated Blaze. We might have some of this. I don't know where we get Compact Ooze, but I know we have the Blaze. Is it something that's possible? Ugh. Wait, fire damage is increased by 10,000%. Wait. Curious. Does that mean that my flame enchant would do more damage? Well, because it specifically states flame damage is increased by 10,000%. Like, that's crazy. Oh, because the dragon sword has that fire breath, right? I mean, technically that could be used for dungeon farming, right? Because that would be insane for dungeon farming, right? Clicking something and killing it. But for the ghost, it wouldn't help us. But how would we farm this? Like, obviously we can juice our stuff out even further by starring it, but it's very expensive. I'm not really worried about that right now. But yeah, like this compact ooze, like I think we have the mutated blaze. I want to play runes. I want to play freaking New World right now, but I'm kind of stuck. Compact ooze is a guaranteed drop from the magma boss, which are found in the magma chamber in the Crimson Isle. Okay, I don't know exactly where he is, but that's possible, I think. He's got 200 million HP. I don't know. I don't know if we can fight him or not. Not with my current gear, not unless we like ranged him or something. Like maybe if we had like the cursed doll, we cursed him with the cursed doll and like kited him, we could probably kill him. Like as a duo or something. We might have to look this up. We have these, the rekindled ember fragments. I mean, they drop from him too. Yeah. I know we had the embers. I knew we had these because I've been getting them. It's literally fighting this magma boss because the magma boss drops the fragments, and he drops the compact ooze. So it's a guaranteed. Every time you kill him, you get one. Or at least what it looks like. So we basically would have to kill it 20 times to be able to make one of those. I feel like that's not a bad option. This one's insane. Requires Blaze Slayer 5. I don't know if we can do that. Can we do this? This is nuts. That's nuts. I mean, could we do it if we started lower and we started making the blaze equipment from the Slayer guy to increase our productivity on fighting blazes to eventually do Blaze 5? I was fighting blazes at one point for something. I think I was working on Blaze Slayer for a little while, but I didn't get very far. Because this could be insane. Huge HP, crit damage, strength, freaking HP per second. And then this is probably the upgraded version. That's actually nuts. So anyway, this is what I was thinking about, like looking at in a little while, right? Like on Monday, we can like time over this stuff. All right, back to what we're doing. It's nuts! Did you make that, Edge? That's so funny. I like it. Yo, Edge. I'm still commissioning you to make me some more sub badges. You remember a while back I asked if you would make me some sub badges and I'd buy you like a game or two in compensation? I was wondering if you said fuck that, it's too much work, or if you just forgot about it, or I sent you a list last time you asked for one of the things that I wanted. I have no idea. It was a long time ago. It was in our DMs. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I know you're busy, so I mean, I don't want to take away from all the shit you got going on in your life. I just happened to think of it when I saw that the one you just sent. That was like last year, I think I asked you. That's not a big deal. I'm not worried about it. Oh, was there a belt as well, Topher? That I kind of skimmed over. So maybe Blaze Slayer's the way to go? Is that what we're thinking? Just to get new accessories? It's not a big deal, Edge. Like I said, I just wasn't sure if you like just forgot about it or if you just didn't want to do it. I wasn't gonna like push you into it. Like I said, if I was worried about it, I would have brought it up like more often, way long ago. And when I brought it up, it was back when you were like, you know, struggling to find stuff and you know, you needed help with stuff and you wanted games and stuff. And I was just like, you know, I'm willing to help you out. You know, you help me, I help you kind of thing, right? Because I figured what you were doing wasn't going to be too difficult, but I'd be able to help you out in return. That was kind of like the idea. Instead of me just being like, hey, here's some money. Go buy your games. You know what I mean? I don't want to just give it out for free. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm always down to help people, but you know, it's not about being free. Because then you don't, you know, you're not really helping somebody if you're like enabling them to not saying you're not doing what you need to do. I'm just saying, like, in general, if like you see someone sitting on the side of the road begging for money, you know, because they can't eat, if you're giving them money to do whatever they want with, you're kind of enabling them to keep doing what they're doing. That's my corner. I have a light bulb and everything. Are the Vanquishers hard, Tover? I think I've seen one before. I don't remember. It's been a while. Cause I was in the Crimson Isle one day and I was killing blazes in a blaze room. And I don't remember what a Vanquisher looks like, but I remember there was some mobs that would spawn. Terrifying. Tonight's just farming. It's just me. Thor was around earlier, went to bed, and then the other guy's working. So it's just basically just me. So I'm just farming this. Now, if we were a little stronger, I'd say we can farm some human, but I kind of thought I would put that on hold since the other guy that we're helping out, he also wants to farm his trophies, like as an Ironman. So I figured if we're gonna have to farm his out anyway, might as well just do it at the same time, and that would give us more people. I'm not super worried about putting the effort into it right now. Bump the... Oh, okay. Gotcha. Did you actually find the combo? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't see the message, but I mean, the short of it, Edge, was basically just I needed a full theme across the board, you know, badges. You know, I don't know about emotes. I don't know if I put emotes in there, but like, you know, I wanted it to be like a full themed thing. So like, you know, when people subbed or rated or followed or whatever, maybe like the little things in my about me, I wanted it all to like be the same, you know, kind of one cohesive thought process. A skull screaming. I mean, I still love the dragon though. Like the dragon's like my thing. Dragon's like my favorite animal of all time, And I love the idea that like you can just make like a flaming dragon, like he's just raging out of control. I'm just an angry dragon, okay? Don't mind me. And don't look up the angry dragon on the Urban Dictionary either. Only been 10 months. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like I said, when I brought it up, we were talking about getting video games. Like, there was a couple games that you wanted, and I was like, "Yo, I'll help you out. You help me out." You know, that was kind of what prompted the conversation back then. Because I know you were working on stuff for your stream. I was like, "Yo, if you got free time, I'll help you out. You stroke me, I stroke you." I like you. I like you. I know, right? Yeah, I know you're always doing stuff for your stream. Like, you do a lot more for your stream than I actually put effort into mine. So, I mean, I gotta give you kudos for that. Oh, man. So we are getting really, really close to 200. And then you know what that means, Edge? When I hit 200 engineering, I'm gonna live in the cave until I'm old and gray. That will be my cave. I'm gonna have a light bulb. I'm gonna have everything. I'm gonna live there. You can give me some Wi-Fi, some Uber Eats, you know. Not tonight, no. I need to get to 200 engineering first. So yeah, Tover, that's kind of the idea for Monday. Go over the accessories, see what we can go and farm, see what we need to work towards. Obviously work towards that enchant, work towards the pet thing. Looking up potions that we can craft ourselves, things like that, and then I think we can combine it all together into one cohesive like playbook and just possibly be able to do it. The only thing I'm worried about is I might have to do Blaze Slayer to unlock some stuff. I might have to do some Slayer or something else, you know. Yeah, so I mean 15 crit damage isn't too bad. It's still better than what I would have had, right? That's still 15% more damage in theory. Right? Since I have 100% crit chance, isn't 15% more crit damage 15% more damage? Which if I'm already doing 150k, what's 15% on top of that? I mean, it's not quite 15% of that because the calculation comes in somewhere else, but the game, it was at 500 the other day. I can look really, but that's only on Steam. I don't know how many people are playing it on console because I don't think Steam tracks console. But let's look. Oh, we're at almost 700 today. What up, John? Yeah, the announcement of what day it's finally gonna die, like time of death, didn't really change the player count very much, if any. Pretty sure the people that are playing it were coming into eyes open, knowing that it's going to die at some point. Let me play it until I can't, or until I stop having fun, whichever comes first. So, yeah, they gave it to us like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. It is January 31st of 2027. They have officially removed it from the being able to be purchased as well. We have literally a full year to get done anything that we want to get done and have fun on it for as long as we can. And then it's goodbye. I'm really hoping in that time period there are some talks of some, another company picking it up. Because here's my problem: is like I wasn't pissed that they gave us the time of death. I was sad or disappointed that they took the easy way out by just giving it a time of death, rather than being like, all right, guys, as of this day, it'll be in maintenance mode, blah blah blah. Which it currently already is, right? That they would just indefinitely keep it in maintenance mode, or that they were converting it to a being able to be played offline and like an online as like a online co-op or host your own servers kind of thing. That was like kind of like a niche thing that they could have done. Or if they were gonna say, oh yeah, we're in talks of like selling off the rights to another company to keep it alive. Like those would have been three acceptable options for the game, instead of just being like, hey, this is the day we're pulling the plug on its life support. Have a good one. Like, just kind of sad more than it is anything else. Hmm. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier too. Is like, there's a lot of things like shutting. We were talking about like, so it was kind of like a two-part conversation, but I saw an article today that was talking about how game companies are starting to become more hesitant on releasing live service games. So it's predicted that we're gonna start seeing less and less live service games being released in the future, because the Europe initiative of killing games thing that's going on, gaming companies are starting to get a little more cautious of this, thinking that, okay, if this does go through, how is that going to impact us in the long run? We don't want to be locked into a forever life cycle of, hosting a server and a game, even if we aren't making money on it, blah blah blah. Like, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of criteria that goes into that initiative that they need to iron out if it is to pass. On, when is it acceptable to finally pull the plug, and what are the criteria? What are the thresholds? Is it even allowed? Blah blah blah. There's a lot that goes into those um regulations and stuff. And I think game companies don't want to be like saddled with that burden and that unknowing cost for indefinitely running a server for a dead game going forward. Um, so the idea is like, they're gonna start possibly releasing less and less of them. And that kind of segued me into like, it's not a bad thing that they want to keep games from being killed, because it's kind of like the same thing. Like, people don't want to pay money for an item that they can only have for a certain period of time, because during that time period, they've gained memories, they've gained experiences, and it's like a nostalgia feel, blah blah blah. Just like your car, or when you take pictures of something, or you know what I'm saying, like clothing, you have memories tied to all these items. You don't want to get rid of them.
And like that's the same thought process. And that's kind of why I was thinking is like I feel like the segue out of being able to for the Killing Games initiative would be if you recoded your game, like let's say you wanted to close your game down, well you have it kind of pre-coded in a way where it can be switched from online service to an offline service very easily. So you code it with that in mind. So you just turn off the live service portion of it and just now it's just an online co-op. Kind of like, Conan Exiles and things like that, where you can host your own server so your friends can connect to and you guys can play, things like that. Or you can have randoms connecting to you if you put like server passwords and stuff. Like I feel like that could be a way to go about it, but I don't know. Kind of option A or option B. Option C. Oh, did you send me something? Did you send me something that I was supposed to look at? Oh. 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 So I do have one question. So option one, I see like the top picture and then there's like two small pictures below it. Why are they different pictures? Like it's not the same picture in both small ones. You know what I'm saying? Is that so I have options? I will say though, I kind of like the second one a lot. I think the first one's cuter, but I do like the flames of the second one. Does that make sense? I like the flames of the second one, but I think the dragon is cuter in the first one. Like a more adorable dragon. The other one's more of like a standard, somewhat cute dragon, but has better flames. And I think his horns are a little cooler. Like they're a little more spiky. The other one, like, horns are a little smaller, less defined. Yeah. So now you kind of have an idea, like, yeah. Now you have some information. I don't remember the message I sent you about like the banners and stuff. Oh yeah, I sent you some stuff about my sub badges currently. Okay, great. Um do I? I think so. I think so. I want to say yes. Yeah. So my OBS little sound thingy is labeled as Twitch alerts. So I want to say yes. Um, but the other thing was the addition of the penguins plus dragons, right? I don't know if I wrote that before, but cohesive theme. But you know how I like penguins as well. That's why we have penguin emotes. So for like the raids and the host, if there's a way to like combo them together, so they're like hanging out together, like dragons and penguins. That was my only other thing that I think I meant to add or I didn't add or I did add. I don't remember. It was like the only inclusion that I wanted to have, where it wasn't just like a dragon or just a penguin. So it's like both sides of me, right? You got my raging side, which is like a dragon, and then you got my nice side, which is more like a penguin. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like a couch or a beach or, you know, anything. Doesn't really matter. Oh, was it? Okay. It feels like a lot longer, doesn't it? All right, sounds good, Edge. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you later. If you need me, I'm around always. Discord. See you later. Bye, bye, bye. Night, night, night. Yeah. That sounds good. I'm gonna go pee really quick, guys. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, we are back. Clover, do you want to link me that belt you were talking about or whatever in Discord? You can DM it to me if you want. It doesn't really matter where you put it. I was curious on what the belt that you're talking about is. 'Cause I think I looked at it, but I wrote it off because the stats weren't as good, but I didn't look at like all of it. Because I'm kind of curious if like if I have to do Slayer for my equipment slots, I'm down. At least it's easily doable. You know, just farming Slayer until I eventually get it. Obviously, like some of it might be hard because if I have to kill a mob with like a ton of HP that hits really hard, it might be difficult to complete. Because like even doing my Wolf Slayer was a little rough because I struggled to kill the higher tier wolves. So we'd probably have the same problem with like the Enderman. I mean the blazes if we had to do blazes. And I feel like if we were to do other builds, we'd have to do like a new build to do a different Slayer, right? Because like Mastiff and Pooch work really well for doing Wolf because they're set up for Wolf. They have like their reductions and the positives for fighting against wolves, but like for Enderman, you have to use a different weapon, and then if I'm using a different weapon, my damage is going to be gutted because my damage comes from being in a Mastiff set. So I'd have to have a different armor set. I would like to eventually set up an armor set to actually do like everything kind of. So basically I'd like to be able to do Kudra so we can actually get Crimson armor. I feel like I don't know if Crimson armor is best in slot in game per se. At least like the base isn't. I know you can upgrade the shit out of it. But I think that's kind of like what we should be shooting towards eventually doing. Kudra runs so we can actually get good gear. Hmm. Where'd the bunny just go? I was about to say, what the fuck? Oh. Hmm. Oh man. All right. I definitely know we're going to hit 190 today. I'm hoping we could probably push for like 192, maybe more. Because we do have we do have all the void metal we can use. Because the void metal or void steel or whatever it is, tier 3, so we can make steel out of that. Which is a huge amount of AXP comparatively to the iron we're doing. We just don't have a lot of crafts for it. Because it's only like 300 or 400. It's only like 20 something crafts. I also need to open up the open this one. Neither one of us gave us patterns. It's kind of dog shit. Okay. We need one more leather run. Make sure we have enough. Oh. Almost done with this loop. I'll finish wood loop and be able to push probably to 190 with this loop. I'll probably actually push further because I think we're gonna do the steel. Well, so we do the steel push as well. That'll give us a huge chunk of XP. So see what we can push to after that. Ah, making progress. Yeah, we're making progress. Slow and steady. Almost 200 engineering. Oh, I just wish there was a better way. Like, I feel like there's just not enough items to level engineering faster. Not enough first time crafts to truly like juice through engineering. It's not like armoring where you have like cloth, leather, and then you got like metal, but then you got like heavy metal as well. Like you have like 4 different styles of armors craft for armor crafting. And then you have the weapons and you have the shields. You have the other armors. Like you have so many things to craft in the armor crafting. Oh, and I feel like weapon crafting is almost in the same boat as engineering, where there's just not a lot of actual items to level it comparatively to like the armor. Because each tier has 5 pieces per type, so you have 20 pieces of armor to craft for first time crafts for armoring every time you hit a new tier. And you don't have nearly as much of that when you have the weapons or the engineering. You're significantly behind. Let's go hit up this wood really quick. I'm just gonna chop some trees down on here. Missing a lot of standard trees. All right. Yeah, today's just gonna be a lazy stream, I think. We don't got a whole lot to talk about. We don't have a whole lot going on. Got most of our rants already out of the way, so I think it's just gonna be a relatively chill, just chopping stream. Oh, Sorry for the lack of entertainment today, guys. But if you have anything you want to talk about, feel free to chime in. And we can talk about whatever it is that you chime in with. Oh, man. So I got stuck on a couple of those one life ones, mate, but it was pure RNG on passing them. And the reason I say that is because I got really lucky with what are those things? Sparky spot procs. And those pushed me to completing those one life ones really good. Like I can't even show you here. I'd have to actually go there. But yeah, bro, I can't explain to you how lucky I got on some of those Sparky pulls. Some of those Sparky pulls were ridiculous. Alright, but those, yeah, 30 isn't too bad. That's a decent amount. 50,000 XP is like, it's an extra chunk. It's nothing crazy, but let me salvage those. And yeah, we ended up with some steel from it, so that's something. Alright. So there's that. Then we got these, which is another 23k. We got roughly like 75k EXP from using star metal we had. But not much, not a full level. Not as much as I was hoping for. Yeah, that's the thing. It had nothing to do with the damage. It had to do with pure luck of pulling those Sparkies. There was a bunch that I was like truly stuck on. And I don't know the playstyle at which you're playing it. Like are you waiting till you have low life before you start spawning all your mobs, or are you spawning all your mobs to begin with at the bottom lane, just hard pushing the bottom lane while you're letting your HP slowly tick down? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it could be just a luck thing, honestly. All right, well, we hit 190. It's actually insane. Should have unlocked a couple more first-time crafts that we probably can't craft still. Because, like, this one, like I said, it's all that really high-tier stuff, and it requires me to, yeah, find these, like, random blocking mechanisms and stuff. Which I don't see me finding anytime soon. Would like to do these. They're not super high tier, but there's something. Ugh. Yeah, I think what's my summoning damage up to? I don't remember actually. And summoning damage is actually pretty decent, but it's still probably behind yours. Oh, this is my summoning right now. 13,700 total upgrades. Yeah, I'm at 268. I thought it was 280. I swapped those two numbers. And then my stones, I have 5 kills, 5 kills, 4 kills, pretty much 4 kills on everybody else. And then I have 9 out of 12 of these battles done. Yeah, I have 42 billion attack damage. Yeah, the mud guys. Yeah, the mud guys, I've been getting a lot of those. Those are pretty helpful. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I can't beat this. This is kicking my ass. Like, I can't scale my damage up fast enough before I run out of HP to kill the mobs. like the Sparkies aren't pushing them back like at all, and everything else dies too fast because they don't have enough HP, that I cannot actually progress this one yet. Like maybe if I get my HP, my damage up about another 25 bill, I might be able to, because I get close to being able to do it, but not quite. But I haven't been pushing my endless as hard as I should be because I haven't been trying it all that much. Like I'm pretty sure I could probably kill this one. But I stopped because there is a quest that requires you to do a bunch of these where it requires you to play for 5 minutes. Like you have to stay in a match for 5 minutes or something like that. And some of these are hard to do for 5 minutes because of the nature of like the speed of the mobs or how much damage or HP they have. So I've been trying to refrain from pushing it too hard. Even though I really want to, because I'm worried that if I push it too hard, I'm gonna get to a point where I can't complete those quests on the other characters because I don't have nearly enough stats to be able to do it. Yeah, I did that quest on one of my guys, but I don't know if it's one of those one and dones, so only one character has to do it, or if all characters have to do it. Oh, okay, so once it's done on one character, I'm good. I can push my endless further. Sweet. Yeah, there are a few endlesses that I keep getting randomly stuck on because of RNG, but you know, for the most part, like I'm pushing endless pretty easily. Even with my damage being lacking, I get so much actual increasement in damage from just spawning things, right? Because every time I spawn something that I have 100 times more energy than it costs, I get a huge jump in damage. And since I have the other thing for like every mob I place or whatever, when I finish my hand, I get more regen or whatever, and I have a decent amount of regen. Like there's certain waves that if it goes too long, I will run out of like actual essence. Because the mobs start costing 6, 7, 800 a pop. There's a few times I've run into that. But as long as they don't get up into those numbers, I have endless amount of energy, so I have endless amount of scaling of damage. So eventually I get up into like almost 2Q damage. Really close to 2Q damage, and then my spikes are doing so much damage. When my damage goes up, my spike damage skyrockets. So it's just like actually ridiculous how much damage I end up getting to on some of those waves. So that's what I'm saying. So sometimes some fights require me to not spend anything at the start and just let my HP tick down first while I'm generating more essence in the start. So I start generating increasements in damage sooner. Other ones require me to actually start spamming right at the start at the bottom wave and just hardcore push the bottom wave right at the beginning. And I don't get any damage increasements off the beginning, but I don't lose HP as fast. And I do get more essence generation from doing this right at the beginning versus waiting. So I end up with a shit ton of essence regen relatively early versus, and then the damage scales in after that, versus having like versus waiting and starting to scale the damage early, but my essence regen is a lot less, right? So it's like some fights one works better than the other, so I alternate them depending on like what I'm fighting against. Obviously, single life, you know, I try to wait a little bit to start spawning mobs, but spawning right away is probably the better bet. Just to get as many mobs out there as possible, get the essence up, so you can get, if you can get the essence up high enough, fast enough, you can possibly, you know, spawn enough Sparkies and things like that to actually push you through and win. But then the ones like 10 times HP, I'm down to wait. Like, I'll wait until I have enough. Like I'll wait until I get to like 5k essence or 6k essence, and then I'll just start spamming as like mobs like crazy. 2 times HP, I do the same thing as well. But everything else, I pretty much just spam from the start, just to get my essence regen going. But if I end up failing one of those because I either get cucked on mobs, then I'll try and do the other method. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So just pushing the bottom lane is fine. The problem is if like I said, there is sometimes the reason why I don't push the bottom lane right off the beginning is because I don't have enough essences at the start to actually scale the damage right off the bat. So I'll wait to spawn them until I have like 3,000 essence, so I can actually spawn the first mobs and gain damage from them. So like I said, there's times that I do that, and there's times that I don't spawn. I'll just start spawning right off the bat anyway. Just depends on what criteria I'm under. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm at 800 and something million on my thread, and I'm at 700 and something million on my nails. So both of mine are almost ready to complete. I think I'm at 300 mil on my red salt. So that's going to take a little bit longer. I finished my blobfish one yesterday, which reminds me I have to change my trap to a different trap. My problem with the traps is I'm kind of at a point where all of my trapping mobs are green stacked except for their shiny versions. And I'm at a point where I basically just need to be doing 20-minute claims to stack shinies. And I am not that interested in stacking or in doing 20-minute claims. I'm just not. 20-minute traps just hurt my brain. So yeah, I feel like you're at a point with your reds that you just need to keep leveling it. Turn everything else off and just level the red salt. Get it to like 200, 300, maybe even 500. And then just put it on auto refine for a while to finish your vial. I know the general rule of thumb is never auto refine reds, which is true. But I feel like there are certain cases where auto refining it is acceptable because you don't need, like, you have so many other salts already. You don't need to, you know what I mean? Fine for a while. Yeah, you're 204. Yeah, I'm at like 183 right now. So weird. Someone's running my route and getting my ores, but there's so many they missed. Like, they hit that one, but not these two. Unless these ones respawned and that one just hasn't yet. Yeah, like these ones are gone. But that one's there. I mean, that one could have respawned before those two, honestly. It's smaller. So it's just, yeah, it's a weird thing. Even the star medal's gone. So yeah, someone's running my route. But, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that star medal's there, but it is a smaller star medal, so it makes kind of sense. I just feel like some of the big ones were there when the small ones were not. So it feels weird. Yeah, like that's there, this is there, those ones are there. But also, like, it's kind of meh if the small ones are there because they only have like a 5-minute spawn timer, 5 to 8 minutes or something like that. So it's like, if those ones are there, then it doesn't mean a whole lot. But if they're not there, then I know the guy was here recently. But, like, all these ones are still here. Maybe he stopped the route on that mountain. I don't know. Feels like he might have stopped the route on the mountain and probably did the silver. I know that's what a lot of people would do. I mean, I know I used to do that too. I would do the silver as well. So on that mountain, I would drop down and I'd grab all the silver in that area and then I'd continue on with the iron route after the fact. Oh. Hmm. Well, that's all I was saying too. It's like I don't think it's worth it for the shinies because if you're getting, I'm getting 9,500 shinies every time I claim my traps, and if I'm getting 9,500 shinies every time I claim my traps, which seems more than I'm supposed to, by a little bit. And I'm doing 25 minutes of you know, 20-minute traps. It's 3 traps an hour if I'm 100% efficient, which I never am. Like, let's just say it's 9K each. That's 27,000 an hour. In 10 hours, it's 270,000. At 100 hours, it's 2.7 million. So I would have to do 500 hours of 20-minute claims just to green stack one of them. But that's what I'm saying, is you don't have to for the green stacks. I mean, you can if you really want to like min-max your green stacks. But what I'm getting at is like the one vial, the shiny frog vial, where you need 1.1 billion or whatever. Like I said, if it takes you like 500 hours just to get to 10 million, it takes you 5,000 hours to get to 100 million. And 50,000 hours to do 1 billion. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it would take you 50,000 hours doing 20-minute claims, right? Efficiently, nonstop. That means you would have to, every 20 minutes, set a timer, and you have to switch to the other character, which obviously, if you're not on that character and you have to switch to the character in advance, you might miss out on a couple seconds. So you're not exactly 100% efficient when it comes to that, right? So it's going to be like a couple seconds off. So you're not going to quite get exact. I mean, obviously, that's why I said 9,000 an hour, or 27,000 an hour instead of 28.5 thousand an hour, because I was making sure there was a little leeway for inefficiencies. But still, 50,000 hours to complete that vial. That is a lot. Put that in perspective, 24 hours in a day. Like, that's over 2,000 days. It's not possible. Like, there has to be some form of a way to get past the shiny limit. In order to make that possible, there has to be a way to get past it. Like, I don't know if you can increase the amount of shinies obtained. Like, so here's what I'm thinking, right? So the shiny snitch is the reason we can hit that cap, right? Of 9,000 or whatever. Is because it increases the amount that can be dropped to 100 and whatever, 180 per trap, right? But I'm wondering if there's some sort of upgrade that can increase shiny drops, like not chance, but the amount of shinies dropped. So if you took that, if you can get it high enough that taking off the curse or prayer would actually be, you would actually net more shinies with it off than with it on. I don't know if there is or isn't. Yeah. So I saw the mediocrity bonus, but even with that, if you had 7 days of 20-minute claims, I think that was only 5 times, right? So that's not a lot of extra shinies for 7 days. And if that mediocrity only pops off once every like 3 months, it's not saving enough time. Like, if it's going to take you 2,000 days, and for 7 days, let's just say it happens 4 times a year, that's 28 days of 5 times, 5 times shinies. And you can only play for 10 hours a day. That's 50 hours, for 28 days. Like, it's not enough time that saves you every year, right? That's all I'm saying. Is like, I wish there was a way to bypass the cap. Like, there's like an upgrade you can get to increase the amount of shinies you can get without using the curse, because the curse is what puts that limit, right? Because it says it increases it by X amount, but it increases it to that X amount. So you can't go above it, but you can't go below it either, right? As long as you have a high enough shiny drop chance that you're guaranteed to get the shinies to drop with the prayer on at the maximum quantity is what it's saying. But I wonder if there's a way to increase the quantity without the curse, because you can't go above what the curse sets it to. And if you can increase the quantity without the curse, then I'm wondering if there's a way to bring that quantity up higher than what the curse brings it to without the mediocrity bonus, obviously. Because if you can push that to even 10k a day, or 10k a claim, that could save you so many hours. There's a reason why nobody has the shiny frog vial completed. There's literally a reason for it. The game hasn't even been out long enough to actually complete it. Like, even if you used a bot to play for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it would take you legitimately 20 hours of non-stop 20-minute claims. No way as of now. That's what I thought. I have seen some like shiny increasements, but they're all like shiny chance. I haven't seen like a shiny quantity. And that's why I was wondering, mate, about the chat or the traps. Because if there's a limit on how many shinies you can get, right? Then why are there traps that have multipliers ridiculously high for shiny quantities, right? So if you like look at this, so it literally says quantity multiplier and then shiny multiplier, right? So why do we have a shiny multiplier of like 50 times? Right? Why do we have a shiny multiplier of 100 times or 375 times, right? If these can't bypass that amount, then what's the point? This is what I was getting at, right? So if you had a way, like if you had a 28-day trap that had 11,050 times shiny rate or shiny quantity or whatever, because that's it literally says shiny multi. Wouldn't this in theory be able to bypass that? That's kind of what I'm wondering, right? Because according to this is 12 times shinies per hour, doing 20-minute claims. This is the best one you're gonna get, because the shiny multiplier is 4. But you still have to do 20-minute traps, right? So I'm just like, and I feel like if you did an hour trap and it has 8 times, you should be able to go above that. So I'm curious if I do some testing, if I take the curse off, right? If I have enough shiny chance to guarantee I get shinies every single time, that would I get more shinies from a 20-minute trap or a 1-hour trap, or you know what I mean, like a 1-day trap? Would my traps yield more, and how much would they give me, like in comparison to like if I had the curse on? Because I know what the curse is going to give me. Curse is always going to give me 9,500 currently. That's just what it's currently set up as. So I kind of want to try it when I have free time to see what we can if we can discover if there's a way to get more than that. Because here's the thing, even if I can get more from a trap, right, a bigger trap, would it be more per hour than just doing 20-minute claims getting 9,500 a pop, right? Because basically if it was an hour trap, it would have to give me more than 27,000 shinies an hour, like per trap, you know, per cycle. If it doesn't give me more than 27,000, it does not beat the 20-minute traps. But what I'm thinking, mate, is to make things simple and easy, so I don't have to think about it, is if I can get these shinies to come out of the box at a higher value, right, without the curse, I can automate it so it's like a 1-day trap, like maybe on a silkskin trap or whatever, right? Or even a 2-day trap on the royals. And I don't care about the regular mobs, I care about the shinies. So if I can, like, because if I was to do it with the curse on, I'd only get 9,500 on a 2-day trap. It's literally capped, right? But if I can get more than that, right, even if it's less efficient than doing 20-minute claims, if it's more automated to where I'm just logging in and playing the game, eventually it'll get done without me even thinking about it. Because if I was doing 9,500 a claim every 2 days on 2-day traps, right, it would never get done. It would just literally not be possible, because I'm getting 9,500 every 2 days. It's just like, if I was doing 20-minute traps and it was going to take me 2,000 days, or, you know what I mean, yeah, 2,000 days to do it on 20-minute traps, but now I'm doing it every 2 days, like, that's significantly different. That's like 10,000 days, easy, if not more. Probably like more than 20,000 days. So it just wouldn't be possible. But if I can hit like some like high number of like 100,000 or something for a 2-day trap, then it's doable. Then that's 20 days. I have like 1 million. Still take a lot of days, right? Because then, like, if that was the case, like I said, like 20 days would be 1 million. 200 days would be 10 million. 2,000 days would be 100 million. And then 20,000 days would be 1 billion. So it's still not worth it. You still wouldn't like it wouldn't happen anytime soon, like in our lifetime probably, but at least it's something you don't have to think about or pay attention to. You don't have to do 20-minute fucking claims all the time. But that's why I was thinking like the 1-day claim, so it was like a 20-hour trap. Instead, and it was giving me like, you know, even a little over 50,000. That'd be okay. I mean, it'd still be the same roughly about days, 20,000 days. But it's a little bit more consistent. Yeah, I don't know. Like the only other way to do it, I don't even know if golden stopwatches fix it either, because it resets your daily stuff, but I don't think it does anything for your traps. If you were to use stopwatches. I'm really hoping that somewhere in World 7 upgrades, or maybe in World 8, that he fixes the shiny problem. Gives us some sort of buff somewhere, or something from a character that helps with shiny gains. Dude, where's my car? Where's your car, dude? I mean, what happened with the offer? I'm so confused. I don't know. I started reading some of the comments and they were talking about taxes, and I was like, okay, this is not something I really want to care about. But I mean, so one of the comments was like, "Well, is this how we're gonna be doing business now?" And another guy's like, "Well, this is how they did it with Hightail and Riot. You know, they did it to get his attention, to get their attention, and then like that could be the same reason why he's doing it through Twitter to try and get their attention. You know, drag up some publicity, maybe get some traction, right?" Because if a lot of people are like upvoting it and like whatever, they're more likely to think about it, right? But I like how he said final offer. So I'm wondering how many other offers he had like tweeted at them. I don't know where people are getting 100 mil from, because I didn't see anything about 100 mil in that picture. All I saw was 25 mil final offer. Could you imagine if someone actually bought it though? Like, oh my god, I'd be so fucking happy. Like that's honestly, Topher, what I'm banking on. I'm banking on by the end of the year that Amazon just cracks and sells the rights. I'm just hoping. Or like shortly after, right? Even if I lose my character and I have to start all over again, I'm okay with that. If someone else picks up the game and does good with it. I just really hope that's what they do. Because that's what I was saying before. It's like, I'm not mad that they're killing it. I'm mad that they're taking the easy way out of just keeping it to themselves and shelving it and just pulling the plug and not letting anybody keep playing the game. Not letting anybody else have
Would you like a cup of water?
try at it.
You look
Yo,
thirsty.
thanks for the hydrate.
Right now.
Oh, that's the last of my water. Right. That's what I'm upset about. I'm not upset that the game is getting its plug pulled. I'm upset that they're taking the easy way out. And if there are people willing to offer them money for something that they're literally going to put on a shelf to collect dust, that they won't take the offers. I understand they're probably lowball offers. I understand that they want more for it, right? They're not going to sell something that they think is worth 200 million for less than 200 million, right? They want a true offer. I get that. But at the end of the day, if you have something that you're literally putting in a box and you're putting in your attic and to forget about it and no one's allowed to touch it or play it or anything, wouldn't some money be better than no money? Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I support it to a point, right? There has to be regulations and stuff in place for being able to turn off a game. But I don't think that a game should live indefinitely forever under the responsibility of the company to maintain that type of playability indefinitely. There has to be a limit, right? Because you're trying to say that World of Warcraft, if this was to pass, World of Warcraft would never be able to turn their servers off in the next 100,000 million years, right? So they would always, no matter what era we live in, no matter what kind of games come out, that game can never be turned off. It would be a server that would run forever, even if nobody was playing on it. They would never be able to turn it off. That's the problem, right? There has to be a limit. There has to be some sort of a clause that states some sort of timeline or active player base or something over a certain period of time that authorizes them the final notice of being able to say, hey, after X amount of days of having under this many players, or after X amount of days of being, in maintenance mode for this period of time, you're authorized to finally shut it off. Or maybe not shut it off per se, but if you want to turn it off, you have to convert your game from a live service to an offline service, right? So people can now play your game not connected to your servers. They can host their own servers. They can do online co-ops. They can host their own things, just like Project Zomboid and things in like Ark Survival and Conan Exiles, how you can like host a server and your friends can connect to you and stuff. Like, they'd have to do that, but obviously that brings in more problems with MMOs, because if there's raids and dungeons and they require X amount of people to play them, those have to be vamped to be able to be done solo, right? Or if there's some sort of AI they can use that scales the fights depending on how many people are in the party, right? So if you're a single person going into a dungeon, the mechanics of the dungeon are revolved around a single entity, right? so you can do everything as a single person. If there's two people, then they like the mechanic changes to where it requires two people, right? And if there's three people, it requires three people. If there's four, then whatever the limit is, like if it's limited to three people, then there's no other additions, but it scales between 1 to 3 players. Like that's probably the only thing that I could think of. Like there'd have to be, like I said, I agree with the idea that if you buy a game, you should have the game going forward, right? Just like some of my old games that I have on my Steam thing, right? They're single player games. I will have them forever. I'll be able to open them, launch them, and play them whenever I want, however I want, because they're offline games. They're single player offline games. Makes sense. But online service games are treated differently because you have to connect to a server, and when they go away, they go away. And that's what people want to change. I get that. Obviously, there's more things that go into that games initiative. I think they also have in there something along the lines of like the pay to win aspect, or like the FOMO and bullshit that they want to remove from games as well. That's not just preventing games from dying or something. Could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know everything that's in that bill that they're trying to pass, but I think if they truly want that to be a thing, they want to pass the initiative of games cannot die. I feel like instead of forcing companies to indefinitely host a server for an unforeseen amount of time, right? There has to be some sort of regulation, like timeline, player count, fucking, or cop out that they could do to be able to get out of paying for a server for an indefinite amount of time. Like there has to be something. You have to propose like some sort of criteria that they can choose one of the options, or whichever option comes first is the one that they can take and deal with. Because like, could you imagine, Rover, you created a video game. Let's say you were to have created New World, for example, hypothetically speaking, and the government tells you, hey, I know you're losing money. I know you want to turn the game up. I know you don't want to. You New World, or the company that made New World is no longer a company anymore. It's dissolved. It's defunct. It literally doesn't exist. There's no employees. There's no CEO. They don't have a tax history. They have nothing. They're literally wiped off the face of the earth and gone. But you still have to pay for that server and keep that server alive. That doesn't make sense, right? If Blizzard was to no longer exist and WoW still had to be hosted, who's footing that bill? Who's paying the bill for World of Warcraft to go forward, right? These are the things that have to be thought about when it comes to not killing a game, right? If a game company that is hosting the game is to go under and to no longer exist, they can't pay the fines for not keeping the server open because they're no longer. You can't fine the company because the company doesn't exist anymore. It's like declaring bankruptcy, right? You get rid of all your debt. It's kind of the same thing. A racing game? Seriously? It's funny. I mean, isn't that kind of like Diablo 3 though? Like, in order to play the game offline, you have to log into their server or some shit. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they require you to authenticate to their server with your account in order to play their game. It's like their way of making sure you don't have a hacked version, right? Making sure you have a legit copy of the game to be able to play the game. I think that's the idea behind it. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it's something that definitely can pass, but I feel like it's not going to pass in the way people want it to because it's not fair. And it's not logical that it could be done that way, right? Like I said, if a company no longer exists, where does it lie? Like, where does the responsibility lie if the company that made it no longer exists, right? Who is footing the bill to host the server going forward? That's one problem. No, but what I mean is, like, if Blizzard made WoW, right, and Blizzard was no longer a thing, who would be? Because if the game is not allowed to turn off, right, who is picking up that bill to keep those servers up and running for World of Warcraft if Blizzard is no longer a company? But that's not a reasonable suggestion either, because now it's like, hey guys, if you want to keep playing our game that is not allowed to turn off for no reason, you have to now pay us. It's not that's who you paying, right? Because you'd have to bill it to somebody. There would have to be a bank account associated to whatever is being charged, which is linked to a person or a company, right? And people would have to pay into that account, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot more to it than just, oh, well, if you're playing WoW, you have to pay to play WoW, right? Like, it's still your monthly subscription or whatever that would go into it probably, or whatever. But who are you paying? Are you paying the CEO of the company that no longer exists? Are you paying the developer that, the head developer guy? Are you paying the guy that designed it, like created it, thought it up? Like, who is on that bank account that is still footing the bill? Because at the end of the day, a single individual and or company is on the name of the account that is paying the bills. And if they're not getting enough money and they can't pay the bills because players aren't paying them enough, then once again, they have to foot that bill out of their own pocket. You see the clusterfuck that this proposes over? Exactly, it's the rights, but who do the rights defer to when the company that owned the rights is no longer a company? Like I said, I'm thinking in long-term situations. I'm talking, let's say 100 years down the road, if Blizzard is no longer a thing, right, it gets dissolved and it goes away, and no one bought the rights to World of Warcraft, right, and it just kind of died with the company, where would you go from there? How do you go about dealing with that? But that's not what we're arguing. You can do a private server all day long, but that's not the same as you, as a company, not being allowed to turn off a game. Yeah. That's the point. That's what I'm talking about, Topher. World of Warcraft is an online live service. So if that company goes poof in a zombie apocalypse and you cannot connect to their live servers to play the game, where do we go? What do we do? Right? Like, take my stream, for example. If I literally hit Alt F4, logged out of my stream when I'm not allowed to, because I have to stay online 24/7 for whatever fucking reason it is, right? But private servers aren't the same. They don't own the rights. They're technically illegal. They're literally illegal. They're breaking every terms of service rule by creating, by using proprietary copywritten stuff for their own benefit. I mean, you're not wrong. If the game, well, technically right and wrong, because the copyright lasts for X amount of time, blah, 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 and it's tied to something. And even if that person is dead, I'm pretty sure it's still tied to that person for X amount of duration. I don't know exactly the copyright laws, like 100%. But what I'm saying is you said it yourself. The the no killing service fucking initiative thing is specifically for live service games. And if a live service game is hosted by a company, then the company goes under and is dissolved and is gone, and nobody has purchased the rights to that game. How do they, like, how can you even find a company that doesn't exist anymore? It's like an individual that claims bankruptcy to get rid of their debt. You can't claim debt from somebody that claimed bankruptcy. It's your way of getting out of it. It's the same thing. So if the initiative specifically says you're not allowed to turn off a live service game, okay, well, if I can't turn off the game, I'll just dissolve my company. Okay, well, what do they do then? And your statement is, oh, the players would pay for it. Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Because they don't, I mean, they're not paying for the servers. They're paying for a server that they can play on their own. Once again, that is no longer a live service game because you're not logging into a login server. You're logging into a private server that you created yourself to play with whoever you want to play with. They are, but they're paying the company. The players are paying the company, so it's going into the company's bank account, and the company's bank account is paying for the live servers and all the fees that go along with that. So the player isn't logging in to the database account and logging into their financial servers and saying, hey guys, we're going to go and make a $15 deposit towards your server monthly fee today. No, they're not doing that. They're literally just saying, hey, here's my subscription fee. It's going into your bank account of your company, and your company does what it is going to do with whatever those funds are. The players aren't directly paying for the server. That would be like me logging into your bank account and paying for, you know what I mean? Like, let's say you're hosting a server. That would be like me logging into your server host using your login information and saying, here, I'm going to pay $15 with my bank account. Like, that's not what people are doing. And I guarantee you, Topher, I won't even blink an eye when I say this. I guarantee you 99% of the subscription money does not even pay for the servers. I guarantee you that. Fred, I just saw the post for it. I believe it's probably legit, but I don't think it'll probably happen because New World's probably going to be a little too greedy in selling it. They probably believe it's worth like 200 million, and they're not going to take a lowball offer of 25 million. Even though in my thought process, if you're going to put something in a box, put it in the attic and forget about it and make nothing off of it, why not make something rather than nothing? But you know, hey, I'm not a business, so. I mean, it would be cool if they were to do it. Trying to decipher the copy and paste you did, Topher, it's way too many big words. It's like just the first sentence of saying that the movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games sold to customers. Now that is a very vague term to me, because everybody has a different definition of what destroying a game means, right? Whether it's updating it in the wrong way, doing improper balance changes, you know, adding things to games where they don't need to be added. Like, there's multiple forms of destroying a game. So that in itself, that first sentence just is very undefined. There's no clear distinction of like what exactly they're fighting. It's a very broad, very fluid kind of, you determine it on your own. Everybody has their own definition. So you can start arguing it one way and then kind of make it fit your argument later if you're not winning the argument. Like, that's what I don't like about that first sentence. 203 Trill, let's go, mate. Keep it going. And that's just the first sentence, right? And then I started reading your second sentence. It says, an increased number of video games are sold effectively as goods. Isn't every single video game technically a consumer, like a consumer goods, because it's intended for entertainment, right? Just like a CD, a DVD, like some sort of song or album or something like that, which technically when you buy them, you own them forever, right? They don't just go away. And I think that's the premise behind this, is like, if you were to compare a video game to a DVD, like of a movie, or like a CD or something, or an MP3 of like a music or a song or something, it's kind of the same thing. If you buy it, you keep it forever. You have it as long as you have a way to play it, you know, like a device that can play it. You still own it. You still have it. You know, it doesn't go away if they decide to stop selling it or producing it or whatever. It's kind of the same philosophy as what I'm getting out of it. So technically it is a consumer good, but every game is. But they're not arguing every game, because most games can still be used or played or engaged upon in some way, shape, or form after they stop the service from the company level, right? AKA Dark Souls, you know, Skyrim, you know, even games like with older games like Age of Empires and stuff like that. You can still play those games, even though like they might not have servers for them, right? So I mean, that's what I get out of that part, but it doesn't specifically, once again, the wording it's just worded so weird. And then with no stated expiration date. Well, first off, they don't know when the expiration date is. That's just like you being born and knowing when you're going to die. Right? They don't know when it's going to die. They don't know when they're going to decide to stop doing something. Right? That's another thing about that sentence. Like, without a stated expiration date, you don't know when the expiration date is. It's not like you're buying cookies at a grocery store. Sell it for free. Yeah. I mean, so here's what I'm thinking, Fred, is like, I'm not a business person, right? But if I was to have created something, let's say I spent a lot of money on making it and developing it, if I decided as the company or the owner or whatever that I no longer wanted to host it, I no longer wanted to develop it, I never wanted to do anything with it, I just wanted to turn it off, right? Even if I put 200 million into it, hypothetically speaking, right? Let's say I put a shit ton of money into the game, blah, 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 and I believe it's worth 200 million, right? Because of how much development, time, effort, energy, blah, 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 I put into it. Whatever the criteria I put into it, that I deem it worth 200 million. Whatever that criteria is, let's say I think it's worth 200 million. If my plan was to literally unplug the internet from it, unplug the power from it, put it in a box, put it in my closet, and forget about it, right? And just literally let it just disappear into the void. If that was my plan, would I rather take that item that's worth 200 million and put it in a closet and forget about it and just Let it just not exist anymore? Or would I sell it to whoever would give me the best offer? Like if somebody offered me 50 mil, would I rather take 50 mil for something I think is worth 200 mil, or get nothing from it and people forget about it and people, not want it and nothing happens, and like 30 years from now I still have it sitting in my closet that literally I made nothing off of it? What would be better? In my opinion, if your whole purpose of shutting a game off is because you no longer want anything to do with it, and you have a bunch of money tied up and invested into it, even if you think it's worth more than what people are offering you, would you A, rather hold on to it and get nothing for it, or B, get rid of it so somebody else can have the problem of it and at least make something off of it? Same philosophy with houses and cars. Would you rather hold on to a house that you aren't living in, right? You're not renting out to people. You're not making any money off this house, right? Obviously, a house is a little bit different because you got to pay taxes on the property and stuff like that, even if you're not living in it or whatever. But let's say you weren't paying taxes on anything. Let's just say you had a house that was just sitting and sitting and sitting, and you had people offer you, money for the house, but you think the house is worth 100,000 and they're offering you like 20K, like, and you're not taking the bite. You're like, no, someone eventually will offer me the right number. Someone will eventually offer me the right number. The longer the house sits, the longer it goes into decay, and the longer it's like out of people's thoughts and whatever, the less people are going to think it's worth. The less you're going to think it's worth. So I just don't understand the thought process behind this. This is the same problem I had when they first announced that they were shutting the servers down. I was like, I really hope that they don't just kill it outright, that they take a step, like they look a little bit further ahead, and they either A, sell the rights off to somebody, or convert the game into an offline play game, right? Those would be two great options. Or just leave it in maintenance mode for at least a decent amount of time if they decide to come back and reinvest and reinvigorate the game like they did with Diablo 2, right? Or if they eventually down the road do want to sell the rights to somebody for a reasonable price, so on. So like there's a lot of ways that they could have went around doing this instead of just saying, hey, next year we're pulling the plug, sucks to suck. Like it feels so lazy. It just feels so fucking lazy. I just don't like it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind things being digital, but because like if you have a physical form of it, you can lose that for a lot of other reasons. Scratching the disc, fire, flood, theft. Now you don't have the disc, now you can no longer play. Like I don't like the idea of physical for those reasons, but also digital is a problem as well because like it's not that you can easily lose it because nothing's truly lost on the internet. But it has its own complications, right? I get it. Like I there is definitely its own form of complications and problems, but I feel like it's a lot safer digitally than it is physically, right? You can't accidentally scratch a digital disc, right? Now it can be corrupted. It could have, issues like that. Someone could, break it in some way, shape, or form digitally, but there's usually backups of them between other players that have safe copies, and the companies having backups of it, and like older versions and stuff like that. There's thousands of different ways that they get saved off. Millions of different people have copies of them saved across the internet, so there's always a way to get it back. I don't know. I just feel like digitally I think it's overall better, but I do like the idea of having a physical copy as well. So I liked back in the day where you'd buy like a digital deluxe and you'd get a physical copy of it all. And then, you'd use that physical copy to get the game installed and get the game launched, but then everything takes off digitally from there. But you still have the physical like orientation of the game like in your real life, like on your desk. So you always had like a backup. I did like that. Forget about it. That's funny. But anyway, I wanted to continue reading this message that you wrote too, because I only made it like halfway through. And yeah, and then it says like with no stated expiration date, which like I said, you can't really state an expiration date of a video game because you don't know. And then but designed to be completely unplayable as support for the publisher ends. I mean, what do you expect, right? So what if you okay, let me put it in perspective of like a house thing, right? Let's say you have an ADT security system in your house. If ADT security systems no longer was a company, would you expect your ADT security system to still work? Like, who would it call? Right? They can't foresee when or if they're going to turn off the ADT security systems, the services for the security systems. They have no idea what's going to happen in the future. They can't predict if they're going to go bankrupt or whatever. So are they in the same boat? Like, are they liable in the same way that games are? You're paying for this service from them. You have all the equipment. You've purchased all the equipment, and the equipment will still trigger and go off, which is a little bit better than say a video game, right? Because at least you can still quote unquote works, but it doesn't access anybody. It doesn't call anybody. It doesn't alert anybody. It just sends off an alarm to inside your house. That's it, right? So obviously slightly different, but it's kind of the same premise, right? If a video game, you pay for it, you have it, you digitally have it, you click on it, you go click play, and it goes to log into a server and it can't, right? So the game still launches. The game is still there, but the game, you can't play it because the service it needs to connect to no longer exists. That's what they're arguing against, is that service no longer being available. Not the game that, is still playable, but you can't technically get past the login without the live service authentication, right? And that's why I was saying before, like, I feel like instead of trying to make it to where they can't kill the game, quote unquote, turn off the live service part of it, why don't we just say instead, if you are going to discontinue live services for a live service game, you must be required to remove the requirement to access, right, a live service game. So basically converting it to an offline game. Like, I think that's the way it should be worded, because the way they have it worded right now is very vague. It's very weird. And the way they have all this worded and stated, it seems very legal jargon from a non-gamer perspective. Does that make sense? Like, what about cell phones, Topher? Your fucking Apple phone. You buy your Apple phone and, 2 Apple phones later, they stop supporting the Apple phone you have. So, your apps no longer work, your operating system no longer, you can't back it up anymore. The battery life starts dying on it. Like, they're not supporting it anymore. There's no security updates. There's nothing like that going to your phone. Are they now at fault too? And like, it's the same situation. The phone still works. The phone's still there. But since they're not supporting it anymore, like, I don't know. It just feels wrong. Well, see, there's a difference. For intentionally going in and slowing people's phones down to force them to buy a new one is wrong. But if they're not intentionally doing it, right? If they're literally just like the Windows operating system, right? They're no longer providing security updates or any type of updates to like Windows 7 or Windows 10 or whatever, right? They're not intentionally making the operating system obsolete or, making it worse. They're not intentionally going in and making sure it can't run to force you to buy the new one. But over time, that operating system will not keep up with the new stuff, right? Same thing with older phones. Older phones, the hardcore, the hardware, and we don't even talk about Vista. We don't talk about Vista anymore. But you know what I'm saying? It's like it's the same philosophy. Like as long as you're not intentionally going out of your way and intentionally ruining something that, you know, still works, but then you touched it to intentionally break it, that's different. But if you left it alone and it broke on its own, like, are you now liable to fix it for them? Right? Like, you can't expect companies to indefinitely support everything. Like, that's what I'm getting at. It's not, literally not feasible. Literally not feasible in any way, shape, or form. Can you expect every company in the world to indefinitely support things? Yeah, you sent me this a minute ago. I saw this. Yeah, I saw this. It looked interesting. I was waiting to see more on it. It looked kind of cool because I think when I saw it, it wasn't actually playable. It said add to wish list when I saw it, so I didn't know if it was free or what. I saw there was early access, but I didn't see if there was anything to go with it. Oh, you sent me another roguelite too? Oh god, hurts my soul. Makes me want to cry. Let me read this last thing. This practice is a form of planned obsolescence, or whatever that word is, and is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. Bro, that whole sentence is just bullshit. Like, what? Like, what the fuck did I just read? It is a form of obsoleteness. Like, no. So I agree with that, Topher. That's what I'm saying. That is the core premise of what I believe in when it comes to this, right? What they're writing in their proposal stuff that you just copied and pasted into me is worded so vaguely and so badly that it's like they don't believe that they can win a fight of what we're saying. Like the clear cut to the bones, you know, be able to be played offline and not have to be connected to a server. That's the clear, that's what we're shooting for. But they're wording it so weirdly. You know what I mean? That's all we want. We just want, if we buy a game and you decide you no longer want to support the game, we still want to be able to play the game. That's all we want. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's literally a guy in a suit, a lawyer, that is writing this proposal, and he's not a fucking gamer. He's literally the guy that grew up under a fucking rock. He's 95 years old. He doesn't even know what a fucking video game is. He thinks a video game is 2 stick paddles on a fucking pong board. Like, he doesn't know what a fucking video game is, okay? And he's trying to write this shit up and make it sound all, you know, high and mighty and fucking silver spoon bullshit of like trying to make it look way crazier than it needs to be, make it look way more out of control than it really is. Because I'm being honest when I say this, and this is why I keep like pointing towards other devices and other companies and stuff, is the way it's worded, the way it's like presented, is this little argument could honestly be pointed at everything else in the world. And if something like that that's worded the way it is accepted, then it can easily be reformed for everything else, every service in the world, right? So if they're trying to say that games can no longer be turned off, or, you know, can no longer be removed or unaccessible in some way, shape, or form, then that's to then in turn say everything else in the world can also has to follow this rule. So cars, right? Old cars. You should always be able to repair your old car. There should always be a way to obtain certain parts for an old car. There should always be a way to repair your old cell phone. You should never have to upgrade cell phones. You should never have to upgrade computers. You should never have to upgrade any of your hardware. You should never have to upgrade anything ever. You should always be able to, whatever you like, be able to always use that permanently going forward with no repercussions. everything should be up to date and everything should be, you know, to the current standards. So if I wanted to play the new greatest, most highest gen fucking video game that came out, I should be able to play it on my Pentium 1 processor, is what they're trying to say. And that's not how the world works. Amazon selling, not selling New World to somebody that wants to buy it. I mean, that's pretty dumb. Wait, what do you mean? Refuses to let right to repair be a thing? What does that even mean? Are you trying to say Apple won't let people repair their phones? Or their computers or something? I mean, I can argue both sides of that point. I can see both sides. Like, you don't, so if you have a warranty on a phone, right? If you're warranting a phone for problems or issues, you don't want them to be able to take it somewhere that's not certified to work on an Apple, break it, and then you're still under the hook of fixing it or paying for the phone because someone broke it while trying to repair it. I can get that. See, and that's the thing, Topher, is like, I agree with you. In practice, I agree with that. Right? It's just like a regular computer, right? If you take your computer to one guy, he might be like, oh, we got to replace the whole board. But then there might be another guy that's a little bit more tech savvy, or at least engineer oriented, that could fix the board itself. And it'd be cheaper. I agree with that. I understand that. But when it comes to a device from a company, I can also understand why they only want people that are certified on those devices to work on them. Because if you're not certified to work on that device, then you don't know, like, you might not know, because you might know, but you might not know what you can and can't get away with on those devices, because they have certain parameters, they have certain specs, they have certain thresholds. You know, there's certain things that a reason why you have to be certified on a device to be able to operate it or work on it or whatever, because there's certain criteria with it, right? So I understand it from a business standpoint, is you don't want people, any Joe Schmo, to try to fix a phone or a laptop or a tablet or something, and then them break it and be like, hey, my phone's broken because, you know, I took it to the shop and they broke it. Can I get a new phone because I have a warranty? Well, that voids the warranty, right? They're not going to pay for stupidity. That's the only thing I can understand, right? From like a business standpoint of like why being forced to use certified people makes sense. But at the same time, I also agree that if you take it to a certified place and they're like, hey, I need to charge you $1,000 for this, I'd be like, yeah, no thank you. That's fucking expensive. I'd rather buy a new one, right? Like, and then you call the Apple and you're like, hey, I know you're going to the bathroom, I'm just ranting at this point. So call Apple and be like, hey, they're trying to charge me $1,000 to fix this, and the only thing wrong with the board is there's a bad capacitor. Like, well, how do you know there's a bad capacitor? Because he told me there was a bad capacitor. You know what I mean? Like, really, and then they talk like this, never tell them there's a bad capacitor because then we can't charge them for the full price. It's like there's like scummy fucking bullshit that goes into the background of that shit. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's a double-edged sword with that. Like, I dislike it, but I also understand it, I guess. So I can't really hate him for it, I guess. I don't know. The leg hurts. Oh yeah, what were you saying, mate, about one of the games you posted recently? So, man, I don't know what can be played on a phone, mate. Or you said you had a PlayStation 2, right? Or not a PlayStation 2, but a PlayStation as well, like a PlayStation 4 or something, right? Ugh. Yeah, because I was wondering if at some point, like some of these games that look like this, at some point the developers sometimes cross-platform them. You know, they make them to where you can actually play them on consoles as well. So I was wondering if maybe this one was one of those, but it doesn't seem like I was able to find any information that supports that. Kind of sucks. So I was thinking is like if it could be played on say PlayStation, right? Then that could be kind of cool. Or I almost want to be a little evil and be like, oh man, you kind of evil to think of, but like, you know how your mom won't let you play on the computer, right? Because you were like addicted to too many different things and watching too many different things at once. Anyway, what if you were to do something kind of cheesy or finagly and like, 'cause you can, so hear me out. So PlayStation controllers can connect to computers, and you can play computer games via using PlayStation controllers, right? So if you have a PlayStation, right, couldn't you, in theory, get like a Raspberry Pi, for example? Not saying this is a viable option, but you can get like something that would basically be a computer to play games, but it streamed the video to the TV, right? So the controller connected to the PC wherever it was located, but then the PC transmitted the information like a Stream Deck or whatever, right? Or like a Steam Deck or whatever. It sent the information to the TV so you could see it on the TV and play it on the TV. So that way you can sit on the couch like you're playing it on the PlayStation, and it looks like you're playing the PlayStation, but you're actually playing on a computer. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a little confusing. Like the way I explained it was a little vague. I didn't give like legit details or whatever. But the gist of it is you would technically still need to have a computer somewhere, right? Um, but the bottom line would be the computer would be, let's say, in your bedroom or wherever, like out of sight, out of mind, you know, little small thing, right? And then there's just a what would like some way of like streaming it to the PC, right? or from the PC to the computer. For example, like a stream link or a Steam link or something like that, right? So Steam link, right? So something like this, right? It's just a Steam link. It links your PC to your TV, right? So you can play your Steam games remotely, right? And it would just present it on the PC or on the TV from the PC, and then you just use your controller to control the cursor on the screen and to do whatever you need to do to play your games via the TV, like, you know, from the computer but on the TV. Almost didn't make it. Oh god. If you know, you exactly. Yeah, and sometimes if you eat too much grease, woo, man, that shit can hit you hard. Like, especially if you haven't eaten grease in a while, and then you eat some like a decent amount of grease, bro. I didn't eat grease for a while, Tober, like a couple months. I didn't eat very greasy foods, and then I made hamburger helper with hot sausage, right? And I also did this with Wagyu beef once too, which is also very greasy. And I ate that, bro. I had the worst bathroom experience. Yeah, that's the thing. And it's not even so much deep fried that's the problem, Topher. It's just the excess grease in the food. Like, you know when you eat pizza and there's just like a lot of excess grease all over the pizza and underneath it and stuff? Like, I'm talking about that kind of grease. Like, just deep frying a piece of chicken and having deep fried chicken, but the chicken is dry and crispy. It's not like soaking in that grease. You don't have the grease dripping off of it. It's not like wet and gross. I'm talking like that wet, gross, just excess grease that you're just lapping up like fucking spoonfuls of fucking bacon grease, right? Like that shit. That's what I'm talking about. But I will say, Topher, I don't know what it is, but I didn't have Wendy's for a long time. Yeah, 100% like Taco Bell meat. I didn't have Wendy's for a very long time. And then there was one day, me and the wife, we went to Wendy's and we got, you know, spicy chicken nuggets because we like their spicy chicken nuggets. I have not been to Wendy's since. I have never in my life had such bad toilet problems after eating food ever in my entire life. I thought I ate laxatives. I literally cleaned myself out for 2 days. Nothing was solid. It was bad. And it was just a simple 10-piece spicy chicken nugget. Nothing insane. I was baffled, bro. And I thought, okay, that must be a fluke. So a couple weeks later, we did it again, and I had the same exact reaction. I'm like, okay, no more Wendy's. I haven't had Wendy's in years since that. That was wild. Yeah, so I have a really bad glutton problem, mate. When I start to eat something, I will eat it for a very long time. So take this for example. When I was in high school, I had Taco Bell 6 days a week, if not 8 times a week. Like I had it a lot. I had it every day for dinner basically, except for some days I would eat McDonald's instead. Sometimes I'd have it for lunch instead. Like it was bad, right? And then when I was out of high school, you know, I had when I worked at the grocery store, I had Subway 6 or 7 times a week, right? And then when I got back from the military, I had Chipotle 8 to 10 times a week. Like I have this really bad tendency to like stick to a food that I like and eat it every day. So I know all about Taco Bell, and I've never had Taco Bell shits. Like I know what Topher's talking about. People have this problem all the time with Taco Bell. I don't ever have that problem. I've never had shitting problems with any food ever. except for Wendy's, and that was recent. And I agree, mate. I think Taco Bell, of all the fast foods, I want to say Taco Bell is one of my favorites. And I want to say mainly because they have a lot, like tacos themselves have a lot of variety. You can make them sweet, you can make them spicy, you can make them savory, you know, whatever. You can customize them so much with different sauces, different meats, different cheeses, crunchy, soft, right? You can have them like flat, you can have them, you know, rolled, you can burritos, tacos, bowls. You have so much variety when it comes to tacos. It's unreal. Like no other food has as much versatility as a taco. Like even pizza doesn't come close. Pizza's pretty close, but it's not quite near what tacos can do. I mean, they do their damnedest to try different things. That is true, mate. Like when they came out with the cheesy gordita crunch, bro, that shit was fire. Or the cheesy double beef burrito, oh, that was so good too. And the nachos are pretty solid. The whatchamacallit, the quesadillas are pretty good. They have good food. It's just the quality of their food is so low. I just can't justify going and spending money going there with how expensive it is. I never tried a Dorito taco, but I do eat Doritos in my homemade tacos. I crunch up some Cool Ranch Doritos and I put it in the bottom of my taco bowl and I stir it all together. Chats, it's fire. So I think the problem people have with Taco Bell, Topper, is if their body isn't used to all the grease that Taco Bell typically has in their foods, they have the shits, right? Because that grease is just, it doesn't agree with them. But if you're used to grease, if you eat greasy foods all the time, and I'm not talking about just like regular deep fried foods that you make at home, I'm talking like fast food food. If you eat that regularly, you don't really have the problem. At least that's what I've noticed, right? Or if you have a delicate stomach, you know, that can be a problem too. No matter how often you eat it, you could probably still have the problem. There's a lot of things like that. Really? I've never had fries at Taco Bell. I honestly am not a big fry person. Like I like fries, kind of, but I don't go somewhere for just the fries. But if I had to choose a fry, it would be a Checkers fry. Also known as Rallies in the West Coast. Or Arby's. Both of those have really good fries. Unless we're talking like not French fry fries and we're talking like anything that has the word fry in it, then I'd say Burger King chicken fries are pretty good too, but oh yeah, I love anything with nacho cheese. So when I was in the military, I used to go to a place called Andy's, and I always got cheese fries every time I went there. Oh my god, you put nacho cheese on French fries, it's god tier. I don't care how bad the French fries are. Like I don't care how bad your French fry is. If you add liquid gold to it, it will be delicious. So I guess my question to you, mate, would be: is if there wasn't nacho cheese with those fries, would they still be good though? Right? Because I can tell you, a lot of fries that I've eaten, if they didn't have cheese on them, they would have been bad. Right? Is it the French fry that you're talking about? Because I think you've sent me this before. Yeah, those you've sent me those a lot. I've never had them. They look good, but I've never had them. The wife does not like Taco John's. Said she had it once when she was younger and it made her sick. So she's never wanted to go back. I mean, I don't go places the wife won't eat. Like I said, she threw up when she went there. She did not like it, so we've never gone there. Same thing with Culver's. When she was younger, she got sick eating Culver's, and she just doesn't like that place, so we just don't eat there either. We also don't really eat out all that much. Because, like, fast food is just too fucking expensive, man. Any fucking food is too expensive. Like, we shop on clearance. Like, we go to the grocery store and only buy things that are on sale. Because things are just too expensive. Cheese curds? Oh, I don't know. Every once in a while when we go to, I've only had them a couple times, but we got them at a restaurant once. We were with our parents and they bought cheese curds over there. Yeah, the Mexican pizza from Taco Bell. Yeah, that was like when I was talking about tacos. That was one of the things. I was like, you can get them flat, you can get them crunchy, you can get them soft. Yeah, I've never had a Mexican like the Mexican pizza at Taco Bell because it was just never really my thing. If I ever when I go there, I always get like cheese quesadilla, nacho bel grande, cheesy gordita crunch, cheesy double beef burritos, soft taco supremes. Right, I get that kind of stuff. Yeah. Topher, have you seen the cheesy, the cheesy gordita crunch or gordita crunch? This thing, absolute fire. This thing right here, absolute fire. Got the pita bread with the sauce between the hard shell and the pita bread. And then it's got so it's basically a hard shell taco. But it's got this like chipotle sauce or whatever between the pita bread and the hard shell. Oh yeah, I get it without the lettuce. But literally it's just like chipotle sauce, meat, cheese, and lettuce. You ask without the lettuce. And the pita bread plus the sauce, like the cheese between the two shells. Oh, yeah, this is literally just meat, pita bread, a hard shell taco, and meat. Lots of cheese. This is good. This is my favorite thing that you can get there. Okay, so this shows a little bit more. See this chipotle sauce? It's like a chipotle mayo. I put hot sauce on it too, but you ask without the lettuce. And literally, you see this cheese? There's like literal, they basically put a pita bread down, they cover it and sprinkle it with like shredded cheese, and then they heat it, wrap it around the hard shell taco, put meat in it, chipotle sauce, and cheese on top. Fucking phenomenal. Literally my favorite thing to get there, but I stopped going to Taco Bell because I used to be able to order cheesy gordita crunches with a the soft taco meal where you get like 3 soft tacos or whatever. With an extra taco because I always wanted 4 tacos. And I would get either a quesadilla or a nacho bel grande on the side, right? So I got all of that for under $15 back in the day. Now it costs $22 or more. So I don't go to Taco Bell anymore. Well, that's pretty cool, mate. Customize the way you want. Tacos are the best. What does that have to do with anything? Is Unity bad or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not very picky when it comes to games. Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean, it looks jank, right? Like, it's that top-down 2D kind of jank-looking game, but made with like a real engine. It's kind of funny. It's like, hey guys, I made Eidolon using Unreal Engine 4. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of how I feel like when I look at it. My eyes bugging the fuck out of me again. It's feeling good for a few hours there. Now it's like really annoying me. Turn the water again. All right, we're gonna get a little bit of grind done, and then we're gonna call it a night. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, mate. Like, Taco Bell's pretty good at like trying to keep relevant and like changing up the recipes and adding new stuff that people might like. They're pretty good about doing that. I agree. But I think one of the downfalls they're gonna run into is price. Right? They used to be affordable, and now it feels like they're very unaffordable, just like McDonald's. Like I said, I used to be able to order all that food for $15. Now it's almost double. It was like $25 last time I went. That was years ago. And I'm just saying, for a fast food place, I've been saying this for years though. I've been saying it for more than just fast food places, but this day and age, I feel like fast food is kind of gonna fall out of favor because fast food used to be appealing because it was fast and it was cheap, right? So it was convenient. You'd grab it on the way home. It would only take you a couple minutes to swing by, grab some food, and go home, and it was relatively cheap. Right? It was more expensive than shopping, but it was still really close. It was relatively cheap still, right? Now, bro, I mean, we're in an ad, so I'm gonna stop, but like seriously, the price now is wild. Everything is doubled or tripled. Crazy. What up, Tover? Yeah, I saw that. Oh, you're not an ad? Oh, okay. But yeah, what I was saying was like, fast food is just it. Every fast food, not just one, but all of them, have doubled, if not tripled, in price over the last 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, or whatever. So I feel like fast food is no longer like what it used to be. Like I said, it used to be fast and cheap. Now it's not all that fast and it's not cheap. So it's like sometimes you go there. I mean, it's relatively fast. It's like 10, 15 minutes you can get food. It used to be under 5 minutes, right? So it's still, yeah. You're not wrong, Topher. Not wrong. But yeah, like, so if they want to stay relevant, they need to somehow, like, stem the increasement in their prices significantly. Because yes, inflation happens, but not at the rate at which they've increased, right? This all started around COVID, right? COVID kind of kicked this off, and it's never fixed since COVID. So people have, you know, the businesses have been struggling since COVID. Every day you look at the news, even more people are filing for bankruptcy. Even more companies are going under. Even more companies are closing stores. Even to this day, so many years after COVID had happened, they're still struggling to get back on their feet. And like I said, one of the reasons is they increased their prices of their foods because the price at which they have to pay for stuff increased, and then they increased their prices and they have to pay people more. So the fluctuation of the pay increases and the lack of people working, and then the more prices to pay for everything, and then everything going up, like all that kind of hit, and it caused a lot of problems. And then people kind of got hit with reality of, man, we really need to budget our money more. So people are less likely to spend money now. So now they're less likely to go out and spend money on things like fast food and stuff because they're trying to save money. And then they double down on that by being like, well, we want to spend less money going out, so we want to stay in more and go grocery shopping more and stuff. And then like, oh, but well, we can go out every once in a while. And then they see the prices of the fast food and they're like, bro, what's the point of going out if it's going to cost me this much? I can go to Applebee's and pay just as much, if not less, and have a sit-down restaurant experience instead of a fast food. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel like fast food is kind of a dying art as of right now, unless they can find a way to lower their prices, or at least or possibly increase the experience of the food significantly to warrant the price, but still keep the fast expedientness of it being a fast food restaurant, is the only way they're going to live. And I say the same thing for retail stores, right? Retail stores, it used to always be about, you drive to the mall, you go to the store, you look at clothes, you try stuff on, that whole experience, right? But with the internet taking off the way it did, and all the online services and the deliveries and blah, 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 like, brick and mortar buildings are like a thing of the past, right? Companies spend so much money paying for rent for buildings, paying employees to staff the buildings, cleanup services, utility services, all these other things, and they have to deal with theft and all this other stuff when it comes to a brick and mortar building, right? With an online thing, you have other unforeseen, costs, aka cybersecurity, internet usages, servers, databases, employees like that have to from the work the phones, the customer service, and you got to deal with like shipping and receiving, and so you have other costs and stuff like that. But I feel like brick and mortar buildings are a thing of the past. I feel like as a company, not having a brick and mortar actual retail store every 5 miles from each other is viable anymore. Like back in the day, that used to be the way things were done because nobody really bought things online. Right? Online wasn't really a thing. It was, you drove to the store, you found what you wanted, you looked at it, you felt it, you bought it, you brought it home, and you did it. Right? Now it's, you Google it, you find it on a couple websites, you price check a bunch of things, you look at a bunch of reviews, you order it. If you hate it, you ship it back. Like, you know what I mean? It's a big difference on how things work. Now, there's a lot of fraud that goes into this, right? Because let's say you have one, right? And it's old. Or you break it or you damage it. But they won't replace it because of the way you broke it or damaged it or something, right? So instead, you buy a brand new one. And you claim that the new one was broken when you got it. So you put your old one inside of it. And you keep the new one. Right? People do this all the time. Not saying it's right, but it's done all the time. So I feel like the way to combat that is serial numbers on the devices themselves inside the boxes, right? So the outside of the box correlates to a serial number inside the box that has to match. And if it doesn't match, then you know someone's scamming you and you charge them accordingly. Right? So I think that's something that has to be done for online services. But once again, I trailing off again. I definitely feel like brick and mortar buildings are a way of the past. I feel like fast food is a way of the past. And these are things that are eventually going to slowly trickle out and die. And I also think that a lot of chain restaurants will also eventually fizzle out and die. Because places like Olive Garden, Outback Steakhouse, stuff like that, where their quality of their food slowly but surely goes downhill, right? The bigger a franchise gets, the more they look at profits, right? And they look at ways of how they can increase their profits. And it usually comes at the expense of the quality of the food. I don't know if any of you have been to Olive Garden recently. Me and the wife went like last year. And she loves their potato soup. Absolutely loves it. And it used to be really thick. It used to have lots of potatoes in it and lots of it looked like soup. We went the other not that long ago, and it was like water with a few pieces of potatoes in it. It wasn't thick and creamy. It was like almost like see-through almost. It was so unappetizing looking. They've lowered the amount of breadsticks you're allowed to have, right? Like, there's so many things that they cut corners on because instead of giving you 5 breadsticks, they give you 4 breadsticks. And then every time they bring them to the table, they only give you 2 instead of 3 now. Because, obviously waste, right? You bring them 5 breadsticks, they eat the 5, you bring them another 3, and then they eat 1 or 2, and then there's left with 1 on the table. At least if you bring them 4, they eat them all. You bring them 2, they eat them all. And you ask them, do you want more bread? If they say yes, you bring them 2. Worst case, you leave 1 on the table. You don't leave 2 or 3 on the table. You only leave 1. So it saves on waste, for sure. But, they can only bring you so many refills, and then they're like, oh, that's our limit, right? So it's the same thing with restaurants. Restaurants, fast food, and in brick and mortar buildings, they're always looking for ways to make money. But I also feel like the best way for you to make money nowadays is to not have a storefront, honestly. Right? Because most buildings, most companies, they have an online presence on top of a brick and mortar presence. So you get rid of the brick and mortar presence that I feel like doesn't bring in nearly as much revenue as the websites do. Because majority of the aged people that are starting to shop are all like internet-based people. The older generation that were all physical-based people aren't really the majority anymore. So, I don't know. That's why I feel like places like, Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, all those are going to eventually slowly die out or have to convert in some way, shape, or form. And I also think like places like Applebee's and Chili's, places like that are also going to eventually have to either get very innovative or struggle as well. And I also feel like places like Best Buy and JCPenney's and TJ Maxx, and I mean places like TJ Maxx and Marshalls, they kind of have a niche. Like, I don't think they're a problem, but it's places like Best Buy, clothing stores, right? Lululemon and all those fancy stores and stuff. I feel like all that stuff just needs to move online and get off of storefronts. And then at that point, I feel like we can get rid of a lot of this like commercial buildings. And we can get rid of a lot of this like bullshit ass rundown buildings around the like the country in general, and like reclaim some of this fucking land for like parks and things like that, like things to spruce up the fucking world, so we're not just looking at concrete and fucking asphalt everywhere we look. Get some more trees, get some more bushes, get some more parks and stuff that actually have like basketball hoops and security measures and stuff, right? Like, yeah, some fucking people actually working, cleaning up the parks and making sure they're nice and clean, and making sure they're not super obscured visions so people can't do like drug deals and prostitution in them and stuff, and allow them to have easy access, for cops to be able to swing by and monitor them as needed. Like, and there's a lot of things that we could do if we got rid of all these rundown old buildings, and we didn't have so many storefronts for every single fucking Dick and Harry that wanted to own a fucking business. Like, all right, some dickheads over here taking all my iron again. I'm not saying that, but some businesses don't thrive on a storefront, right? Some storefronts are required, some storefronts I feel like aren't. Like Kohl's, for example, isn't bad, but I have a problem with Kohl's because I feel like most of their stuff is too expensive. No offense, mate, but we go in there and I look at something, I'm like $300 for this, and you go online and you can see it for $250, right? And I'm just like, what's the point? Like, I could just order it online for $250. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. Like, I know a lot of places will do price match guarantees and stuff like that, which is fine. And a lot of people don't do that because, or won't take advantage of that because they either A, don't know it exists, or they're just too lazy to go and try and find something for cheaper somewhere else, right? But I don't know, man. It's just the way I think. It's the way I look at things, right? It's just, how can we be more efficient? How can we try to preserve some of the land that we have? Like, I hate driving around town and just seeing building and building and building, like literally driving just between buildings and asphalt and sidewalk everywhere. I don't see any fucking grass. I don't see any fucking trees. Like, you barely see any kids parks or like older kids like playing areas. You don't see any like splash pads very often. You don't see any of this stuff. You don't see very many skate parks or anything. Like, you don't see anything for kids to do anything. Like, you see them occasionally, but they're so spread out and there's like so few of them, and then a lot of the ones that are available are like taken over by like gangs and like cliques and groups and selling drugs, and like you just don't know what the fuck you're gonna run into, man. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that do go to Kohl's. There's a lot of people that do shop at Kohl's. I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of businesses like Kohl's that you go in and you see the price of the material, of the goods that they're selling, and you're just like, why would I spend this much on this item here when I can buy it somewhere else cheaper, right? I just find it hard to think that companies, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it's either A, it's a personal thing where I'm more frugal with my money, so I'm more of a, hey, let's shop for deals and find places that have like the same exact item but like for cheaper, and other people are like, they don't care as much, so they're willing to spend more just to shop at the store that they always go to. Like, when you go to the grocery store, right, instead of buying all of your groceries at one grocery store, where like, let's say this box of mac and cheese at this grocery store is $5, but at the grocery store 5 blocks down the road it's $3, so you save $2 per box of mac and cheese, right? And then the chicken, it might be $3 here, but it might be $7 at the other place, right? So it's like, me and the wife, mostly the wife, she will go to specific stores for specific goods because they're cheaper, right? It's the same thing when you're buying stuff from retail stores, right? Why would you go to one retail store to spend $10 on a t-shirt when you can buy for $5 at another store, right? And it might not be the exact same t-shirt, so that might be the reason why you would buy it there versus the other place. But you can get similar t-shirts at every place, right? If you're looking for an athletic wear t-shirt that's like stretchy fabric, feels comfortable, and it's like this specific color, you can find them everywhere, right? If you want like a you know what I mean? Like, obviously, like specialty t-shirts and like specific animated t-shirts, stuff like that. Like obviously there's some of them that you can't really just get anywhere, right? But like I'm more speaking along the lines of things that are pretty set on what they are and you can get them in multiple locations. I.e. foods or stuffed animals or like electronics, things like that. Like it's just things that like some stores mark up a little higher than other stores. Why would you just settle for whatever price it is at that store instead of shopping somewhere else that you can get a deal? Like I said, I do know a lot of stores that will do price matches. It's true. It does happen. I'm not saying Kohl's does or doesn't. I'm not saying Kohl's doesn't do well for themselves in certain locations. But it's just there's a lot of businesses. Like I don't see a whole lot of traffic in certain businesses. And then, you wonder why. It's like, why don't they have a lot of business? And it's just, I don't know. It's just like I said, it's just one of those things that I just feel like the brick and mortar doesn't need to be there because very rarely does someone need a brick and mortar building to get something accomplished. Now, don't get me wrong. There are certain situations, aka if you have a technical question or you don't know much about tech and you're trying to order a laptop, right? You don't know what to ask. You don't know what you're looking for. It's easier just to talk to somebody. So that's when like going into like a Best Buy or like a Costco or something and going up to one of the tech people or even like a Target, right? Going to the tech department and be like, hey, I'm looking for a laptop. Okay, well, what are you looking for? And they ask you a bunch of questions and they kind of point you in the right direction, right? That is the best use of the brick and mortar situation. But 99% of the time, that function isn't being used. You literally walk in and 90% of the time you're like, hey, where can I find this? And they just point you in the right direction. So you can go and grab whatever it is you're looking for. Versus just going online and being like, hey, I want this. You click the button and it ships it to your damn store so you don't have to go look for it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I can't get past this thought process. Like, I truly believe that brick and mortar buildings for most retail stores are going to be gone in the next 10, 15 years, probably. And I also feel like a lot of fast food is going to be gone. Like, there's going to be a lot that will succeed, right? Because people are fucking dumb, aka Starbucks. But I think a lot of them are going to go away. Because if they can't adapt, if they can't innovate, then they're just going to die. Because in my opinion, that's the key to survival in those types of industries. Is like you were saying before, mate, is being innovative with your foods. So you're constantly making new stuff, trying to push boundaries, make cool, interesting looking, tasting foods or whatever. It's the only way you're going to survive as a fast food or a restaurant. Right? Because people are looking at these prices nowadays and they're just like, there's no way in hell I'm spending $25 a person to sit down at fucking Applebee's. Right? Bro, I can go to the store. I can go to Costco and I can buy myself 10 steaks for $30. And I can feed 10 people for like $50. Versus I can go to Applebee's and feed 2 people for $50. Like it just doesn't make sense why you would even think about doing that. Yes, there's the experience factor of, the waiter and being waited on and not having to cook it yourself, da 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 da, right? There is that aspect. And then there's the whole aspect of, you going out with somebody on a date to get to know them. Like there's that aspect as well. So there's some fine little, like there's unforeseen reasons for it, but like at the end of the day, like those are very niche, right? There's not as necessary as one would think, in my opinion. But I don't know, man. Sometimes people surprise you, like fucking Starbucks, for example, man. Like it's fucking coffee. Like don't get me wrong, they have specialty coffees, right? They have things that a regular person wouldn't be able to do at home, right? They have things that would require you to purchase specific equipment to be able to do at home, stuff like that, right? But at the end of the day, man, It's fucking coffee. Buy an espresso maker or some sort of, brewing thing, right? Maybe not just a simple coffee pot, right? And make your own fucking coffee. Yeah, the device might cost you $200, right? But if you're going to Starbucks once a day, and let's say at bare minimum you're spending $5 on a small cup of coffee. In 300 days, that's $1,500. Okay, I don't think people think about this. They go to these places, right? They're like, oh yeah, but it's on my way to work. It's easy. It's fast. It's good. It tastes good. Bro, these fucking coffee makers nowadays, you literally put the stuff in it. You set the timer to go off at a specific time. And when you wake up, it's ready. You don't even have to wait. It's already done. And you save money. Let's say you spend $200 on the device, right? And let's say on a monthly situation, you may spend, I don't know, $50 in materials to make coffee, right? Remember, that coffee costs you $5 a day to buy from Starbucks. So let's say a month is 30 days. $5. $150. You have saved $100 the first month. Now, you've almost paid for your device at $200. The second month, you have broke even. Third month, you've saved $100. So every month past the second month, you save $100. So by the end of the year, you've saved $1,000. Year 1. Year 2, you've saved $1,200. You're now at $2,200 in savings. But yet, you would rather drive to a Starbucks, order a basic bitch-ass coffee, because it's convenient. And you don't think it costs all that much. You think $5, oh, it's just $5. For the convenience. It's just crazy. I honestly, I can't even fault like the young generation for this, because the older generation does it as well. The 40s, 50s, 60-year-olds. They're just making fucking coffee. And Starbucks is thriving off of this. So much. And then these are the same people that'll be like, man, I don't make enough at my work. They need to increase my pay. I need a raise because I can't make my ends meet. Well, if you weren't spending $1,500 a year on coffee, maybe you'd be able to pay your rent. It's just crazy, man. And like, you obviously gotta imagine too, like that's just one aspect of their life. That's not talking about their, where they go to get their food, how much they DoorDash. Because these are the same people that DoorDash food. These are the same people that go out to eat all the time and eat fast food and sit down restaurants all the time. They're also the same people that will like drink alcohol out and about at bars and stuff like that. And then they wonder, oh man, I went to the bar last night, spent $1,000 on drinking and stuff. And bro, now I can't pay my electric bill. My employer needs to pay me more. It's like, maybe you need to prioritize your money a little bit better. You need to get on a better like spending habit, or I don't know, maybe you need to think about what you're fucking doing with your money. It doesn't just grow on fucking trees. Be fucking responsible. Don't go out and spend $1,000 on fucking alcohol. Crazy. Like I get it. There are certain situations where it warrants, a special day, right? A birthday, some sort of special, congratulations or something. There are certain criteria where I could agree that splurging is worth it, right? Vacations and things like that are worth it. But not regularly. That's like a once or twice a year kind of thing. Not a once a month kind of thing. I don't know. As a society as a whole, I think that shit's just gonna fluctuate so hard. I don't even know where we're gonna be in 10 years. I really don't. Like, I'm honestly just baffled at like what like minimum wage is gonna look like, what like poverty prices are gonna look like what would like right now, like poverty level is almost equal to what middle class, if not more than what middle class used to be like 10 years ago, right? And what's crazy with this is as the minimum wage goes up, the people that were above minimum wage are now getting close to what minimum wage is, and there's nothing they can do about it, right? So like let's say you used to make $20 an hour, right? And you get a raise every year. Let's say you get like a dollar or two raise a year. You know, we'll say $1 a year. So every year you get $1. So you go from $20 to $21, $22. It's not really that. It's technically a little bit more than that, but you know, we'll just keep it at that, right? But if inflation is bringing minimum wage up faster than that, right? So now I went from $21 to $22, but your minimum wage went from $15 to $18. What the fuck? Okay. And then the next year they bring up the minimum wage to like $19 or $20. And now I'm at $22. Like, you're catching up to somebody that's getting actual raises for doing their job well. And all you're doing is working a minimum wage job, putting the bare minimum in, not getting a raise because you're making minimum wage. And they keep raising your minimum wage to match what these other people that are putting in good effort are doing. So it's unfair to some of these higher end jobs that a guy working at McDonald's can make as much money as a fucking network engineer working for a fucking IT company. So it's like, okay, you got your GED out of college and you flip burgers at McDonald's, but you make $80,000 a year flipping burgers. I went to a 4-year college, got a cybersecurity degree, I work in a cybersecurity division at my company, and I make $80,000 a year. What? It's like, where's the incentive to actually go to school to learn a career when all you have to do is just work fucking minimum wage? It's like, and it's just going to keep getting worse. The more they keep raising the minimum wage, the more the inflation is going to take a hold. The houses are going to get unaffordable. The rent's going to get unaffordable at fucking properties. Fucking car insurance is going to keep going up. House insurance is going to keep going up. Cell phone bills are still going to keep going up. Water, electric, power, fucking cell phones. All of that's going to keep going up in price. No one's going to be able to fucking afford anything on minimum wage. And then even the middle class people aren't going to be able to fucking afford anything because they're now at fucking a minimum wage. So they're no longer middle class. They're now low class. And then we're going to get rid of the middle class. And we're just going to have the rich people, which is like 0.1% of the population. And then the 99.9% of the population that is fucking poverty level. They can't afford fucking anything and lives off of government assistance. And the government's going to go bankrupt because they have to fucking afford for all these people that can't make enough money to pay their own fucking bills. Oh, hate it. Yo, all right, mate. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here after this wrap as well. My eyes just bugging the fuck out of me, and I'm tired of dealing with it. I'm gonna go lay down. Oh, so yeah, we're gonna get back to town. We're gonna clear out some stuff, and we're gonna call it a night here. I'll be back on tomorrow though, for sure. We'll be grinding some more. Yeah, Tover, if you come across anything, in your thoughts or whatever, throw it in the Discord. For the Minecraft stuff, so we could kind of hash out a plan of attack. Like I said, I got to figure out what all we got to get done. I'm gonna look at stuff when I get off here as well. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. All right, we're gonna pick up this. We're gonna do this. Done that, but we'll do that. It's fine. We got here. Do this. Do it in melee. We'll do that in tomorrow, so I'm gonna put on a weapon to be able to do that. All right, we'll kill people with that tomorrow. We'll try to cozy around with that. All right. So with that said, guys, I think that's gonna be it for me. Like I said, I'm not really feeling all right today. My eyes just bugging the fuck out of me. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll get some more grinding in. We'll get some more stuff done. But if you haven't joined the Discord, and you want to join the Discord, interesting. That seems weird. But anyway, if you guys haven't joined Discord, want to join Discord, the only thing is don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, and want to share something, show something up, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever want to reach me on days that I don't stream, that's the best place to reach me since I do work from home. So here's that. Also, if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate it. Go down in the About Me, click on the VODs link, and then go check that out. I'd appreciate any help you'd give me over there. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, catch one you missed, flip something, rewatch something or something like that. Best place to get it done. But I appreciate you guys. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I see you guys tomorrow. See you. Bye. Thank you. See ya.